close the door with the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three.
Line into left field for a base hit.
Hit in the air. That's going to be the second baseman. They have a chance for two, and they got him.
Run. The throw is in time for the out.
Lifted high into left field. Ball is way back, and that ball is way gone.
Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And a good afternoon to you on this windy Monday afternoon here in Kindred, North Dakota. We've got Class B Region 1 baseball coming to you here today. We have the third place visiting Northern Cass Jaguars and the undefeated Kindred-Richland Vikings at 6-0 here this afternoon. We've got baseball coming your way after some rainy weather, raining out some of that Enderlin Baseball Jamboree and other events around North Dakota. And I'm Josh Boyko alongside Chase Miller here on our Irie Insurance pregame show. And Chase, what are you looking forward to here today in this Monday afternoon?
Yeah, as you mentioned, Kindred-Richland undefeated in Region 1 play so far here this season. Their one lone loss a little over a month ago in Bismarck, where they played the defending champs in the Thompson Tommies in a non-region game. And then Northern Cass, so far they've 2 region losses, both to Central Cass. Unfortunately for these guys, part of this doubleheader, they were supposed to play early in the season, got washed out. They were supposed to play in the Enderlin Baseball Jamboree about a week and a half ago. That also got washed out. So fortunately today, fingers crossed, we can get through both of these games without any postponements. Pretty windy conditions, as you alluded to, Josh, but 2 teams who've had tremendous success on the ball diamond in recent years. Kindred-Richland making it to the championship game before falling to the Central Cass Squirrels last season as the example. And Northern Cass, they've kind of been hanging on the door in large standings-wise, Josh, with 2 wins, 2 losses, or if you split. Kindred-Richland does have a game later this week on your live event with the Central Cass Squirrels, which could determine, the regional championship, but a lot on the line here today, which makes it a lot of fun. And it's crazy to think a week from tomorrow, it's the play-in game already for Region 1 baseball, and then a week from Thursday, we start getting into the actual Region 1 tournament. So the regular season is few and far between before we get to postseason play here, Josh.
And what are kind of the implications of this this doubleheader going on here today? Both region counters between these 2 teams that finally get to meet each other.
The nice thing is both teams know that they don't have to worry about a play-in game next week on Tuesday from a arm standpoint, so they both know they're at least in the tournament. Now it's really jostling for position. Northern Cass could possibly get to number 1. They would need a little bit of help, but they would have to take care of both games here today, and then they lost to Central Cass, so then you'd need Central Cass, Kindred-Richland, stuff of that nature to go in your favor. But if you get 2 wins here today, possibly be a 2 seed. If you're the Kindred-Richland Vikings, everything's still on the table from their region perspective of trying to be the number 1 overall seed. And then, you put Central Cass and Northern Cass as the example on the opposite side of the bracket, and you wouldn't have to see them, kind of till you get to that semifinal round. So implications just kind of more so for the region tournament. And then the biggest thing is once you get to that region tournament, try not to come back through the double elimination bracket where you're saving some pitching. Take care of business that first day. That really sets you up for the rest of the tournament. So going to see some good pitchers with Huzar and Wold on the mound here this afternoon on the first part of our twin bill, and expect a couple of teams that you'll see small ball. You'll see 2 pitching staffs that will attack the strike zone here, Josh, and you alluded to on the way out to the ballpark with those windy conditions. It's going to be very interesting to see how that plays. A fair foul ball, maybe a lazy pop fly to right maybe really gets going and maybe is more of a, dangerous play in the outfield or possibly a home run. So the wind conditions will definitely be a big league pop-up, will make things very interesting today.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing how the wind plays a factor into things. We'll take a look at that next in our pitching duel when we come back on your live event. This is the Irie Insurance pregame show.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
us together. Bank North, always true.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
And welcome back to Kindred, North Dakota here on this blustery Monday afternoon. Josh Boyko, Chase Miller with you here on the Irie Insurance pregame show. Get the insurance protection you want with the customer service you deserve at Irie Insurance. They cover it all from home, auto, crop, commercial, and benefits insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote today. And now we'll take a little bit of a look at the upcoming schedules for both of these teams, starting with the visiting Northern Cass Jaguars. They're going to be hosting they're going to be hosting Oak Grove and Oaks coming up next week on the 9th. They've got Oak Grove the 13th. They will have Oaks, both of those at Northern Cass High School, and then you've got the tournament coming up after that. So that is the Jaguar schedule, and then Kindred-Richland. The schedule there, they're going to be traveling to Oaks and Central Cass as part of a road trip that they've got going on there, 2-game road swing, and then they'll have Hankinson coming up on May 13th. And let's take a look at the pitching matchup that we've got going today for Northern Cass. Trey Huzar, the lefty, will be on the mound for Northern Cass, the tall lefty. Also, solid basketball player. We saw him for the Jaguars on the hardwood earlier this year, so looking forward to see what he can do on the mound. And then Jack Wold on the other side for Kindred. And Chase, what do we know about these pitchers?
Yeah, Trey Huzar, just taking a look a couple weeks ago, able to see him in Castleton. Going back through the scorebook here, went 4 1/3 innings of work, gave up 1 hit, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts against a really good Central Cass lineup, and Jack Wold's kind of been a staple the last handful of years for Scott Milbrand and the Kindred-Richland Vikings. A very capable starting pitcher here for game number 1, and 2 particular pitchers who, if he can find the strike zone, keep stuff on the ground today, that'll be the best thing for these particular pitchers on this, again, windy conditions where you look out to Old Faithful and left center field. It is a humming to, right center and right field here today.
Yeah, definitely want to be keeping the ball on the ground, make use of the ground ball, maybe try to get some easy outs with that and turn double plays. But as we've seen just looking at I.O., infield, outfield practice, that ball's going to carry to right field. It's
going to be interesting if you're that first baseman, second, center, and right fielder here today. If you get jammed on one and you hit it out to right center field, what might be 10, 15 feet traditionally behind the second baseman, how much does that carry? How much does a high lofting fly ball really get some distance here? So something to kind of make note of once we kind of get through the lineup the first couple times here today, Josh.
We'll get to our starting lineups next time around the break. This is your Irie Insurance pregame show.
Hungry and on the road, Petro Stopping Center in Fargo has got your back with an impressive lineup of goodies including Popeye's Chicken, Charlie's Cheesesteaks, Cinnabon, Papa John's, and a mouth-watering full-sized restaurant, the Dolly Down Grill. You'll be spoiled for choice. Whether you're a quick pit stopper or looking to settle in for a while, Petro Stopping Center's Fargo location has got you covered 24/7 every day of the week. Cruise on over to their spot just off 45th Street and I-94 and indulge in a feast fit for the road warrior in you.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and RJBroadcasting.com, local voices from local radio.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. This spring has been a trying time, and we may feel everything is out of our control. Please remember to slow down and stay safe this spring. Come home to your families each and every night. Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Welcome back to the Irie Insurance pregame show, and we'll get to our starting lineups here for the visiting Northern Cass Jaguars first and see what Sam Johnson has planned for his lineup today. Batting leadoff and playing second base, Jacob Ossie. Batting second and at shortstop, Chris Hoyland. On the mound and batting third, the left-handed junior, Trey Huzar. And batting cleanup for Northern Cass. And catching tonight, part of the battery with Huzar is Carter Wadeson. Batting fifth and playing first base is Sam Clemon. In center field, dealing with the blustery fly balls out there today, Matthew Metzger. In left field, batting seventh is Carter Westland. Batting eighth is the third baseman at the hot corner, Matthew Hoppy. Batting ninth, and the designated hitter is Cody Wadeson. And then playing right field is Gage Hansen. And then on the other side, for the Kindred-Richland Vikings at 6-0 on the year. Leading off in center field will be Kylan Swenson. Batting second at short is Stanley Belaski. On the mound and batting third, Jack Wold. His catcher, batting in the cleanup spot, Bryce Whipple. The designated hitter, Luke Starasevic. Then batting sixth, the third baseman, Grant Spellhog. Then Andy Traum, Owen Hoyme, and Jack McDonald round out the lineup, and then the extra hitter in the field at first base, not batting, is Carson Andel.
Yeah, Starcevic again for the Kindred-Richland Vikings, and then taking a look at these two teams. You mentioned Kindred-Richland 6-0 in the region, 9-3 on the season. Well, for Northern Cass, 6-2 in the region, 10-7 so far here on the season for Northern Cass as they kind of go through the starting lineups a little bit here. And then we'll get to our lineup. Also calling balls and strikes today here, Josh, is Chris Larson behind the plate, and Pat Adair is going to be in the infield for the first game, and then they will switch for the second. But Chris Larson again behind the plate, and then Pat Adair is in the infield here today. So we got one from Milner and one from Lisbon, part of our umpiring crew here today in Kindred.
And we will send it away for, as they do national anthem and starting lineups here. We'll go to break, but this has been your Irie Insurance pregame show. We'll come back with our first pitches after this.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 109 Main Street in Hunter.
It's the most prestigious, challenging, rewarding tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The World of Outlaws Kings Late Models.
I'm Madden Scunberg. I'm confident on the field, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
I'm Tylee Johnson. I'm confident in the arena, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
Starting lineups for Kindred coming out now as they'll introduce Scott Milbrandt's starters for today. And we'll take a look at some of the guys that we're going to be seeing in the lineup. Both the pitchers today are going to be batting in that third spot. They're going to be expected to be key contributors for the lineup, and their catchers are batting in the cleanup spot. Jack Wold and Bryce Whipple will be in the 3-4 spot for Kindred, and Trey Huzar and Carter Wadeson. So we'll see how the batteries affect things both on the offensive and the defensive side here.
Yeah, both teams kind of like to play small ball, if you will, when you talk with both coaches, and by small ball, manufacturing runs, having guys get out on first base looking to steal second, a double steal when they have the opportunities to do so. So catchers are going to be large in this game, and then the top of the lineup, you got a Kylan Swenson on one side for Kindred-Richland, someone who had to come back through injury, from the football season to where they are now, then a Jacob Ossie on the other side for Northern Cass. If you can get that top of the lineup going early in a game like this where runs could be hard to come by because of the conditions of the wind, but also because of two really good pitchers, I think the small ball will be in effect, and then try to get in the gaps a little bit, and two teams who got a good chunk of speed around the base pass too here, Josh.
And speed could play a factor with balls maybe sailing on the infield or finding deeper in right field than normal. We'll send it to break here for the national anthem and come back with first pitch after this.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll have coverage of the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 3rd and 4th.
Closey with the 0-2 pitch.
The Optimist Volleyball Series on June 10th and 11th.
Right corner, West is there for the dig. Backs at Bogenry for another kill.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 15th and 16th.
Really nice quality second half. Goes off the backboard for the duck to Carson Yale.
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
That bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Kindred is on the field and ready to go as we're beginning warm-ups here. From Kindred, North Dakota, we have Jaguars, we have Vikings ready to go. And we've got Jack Wold on the mound, the pitcher for the Kindred-Richland Vikings this afternoon. He'll be throwing to Bryce Whipple behind the plate. And the first man he's going to be facing today will be Jacob Ossie in the leadoff spot.
Yeah, Ossie with Hoyland and Huzar here for Northern Cass, a team that's won a handful of games in a row here for the Jags. And two teams, again, this could possibly be a 2-3 in terms of the seed line going into the Region 1 tournament. Might even be a 1-2. We'll see. Kindred-Richland still has everything in terms of on their particular side, where if they can take care of business, they'll be the 1 seed if they have a good week this week. Well, for Northern Cass, it really starts with game number 1 here today. If they can get game number 1, possibly get greedy and take game number 2, all of a sudden, you take the season series with the Vikings. They still have a game in Castleton later this week, and if they were to lose that, you went out. All of a sudden now you own your own destiny moving forward, and might not be able to hop over Central Cass, but possibly could be the 2 seed, Josh. So we'll see what happens here today.
And we're looking forward to it. We've got a windy day. Old Faithful in left center field is flying high and flying proud as the wind is whipping it around. And we've got Jack Wold on the mound. We've got Jacob Ossie in the box, and he takes strike 1. Chris Larson behind the plate calling balls and strikes today. Ossie swings and fouls back on a healthy cut behind the plate. It's 0-2 as Wold gets ahead.
First pitch at 4:36, and it goes right back to what we said in our pregame show. Both pitchers, they're not going to waste any time looking to attack that strike zone.
Breaking ball misses outside to Ossie as he fights back in the count 1-2. Ossie pops this one foul out of play to the first base dugout side as he sticks around. The 1-2 from Wold, and another breaking ball misses just a little bit outside. He wanted it a little bit, and he asked where that one is. It was outside. Kindred in their home blue and white trim. As this ball's lined to third, off the glove, and Ossie didn't run it out. It's going to be one down as the ball was dropped over at third base, but picked up eventually, and the 5-3 putout is made. That's Grant Spellhog over at third base making the play. On the 6th pitch of the at-bat, Ossie is retired. This ball lined into the gap in left center field for a base hit. Turning and going for 2. The throw into second is not in time. And it's a 1-out double for the shortstop Chris Hoyland, wasting no time on the first pitch. Blast one to left center field. Swenson cut it off but couldn't get it in to second in time. It's a 1-out double, runner in scoring position, bringing Trey Huzar, the opposing pitcher, to the plate.
And Whipple will come out, just talk with Jack, making sure they got the sign straight. But good inside-out swing there by Hoyland to muscle that one to left center field. Got really good contact on it. Took the first pitch, able to flip it off to left center. And then going back to the last play, Ossie hit one on the screws, and Spellhog did a good job getting his glove on it and staying with the play, Josh, going across the diamond.
This ball is lined to the right field corner. Foul ball, as that ball is going to carry to right, out with the wind today. A loud strike to get Wold ahead, 0-1. Couple shakeoffs from Wold. Gets the one he likes. Breaking ball misses outside, and it's 1-1.
And Trey, who's our bare minimum here, you know, we talk about trying to have productive outs, so he's trying to move a guy up an extra base if he can. He'll try to keep something on the right side and use that pull swing here today with this win.
Ball taken to get Huzar ahead in the count, 2-1. Hoyland with a hefty secondary lead after the pitch was thrown, was nearly halfway between second and third. 11th pitch of the inning coming for Wold as he looks back. The runner fires, and he misses high and away with the fastball. Healthy cut from Huzar. He fouls that one straight back to fill up the count at 3-2. And Jace, what kind of advantage do the left-handed batters have here today with the wind maybe playing in their favor?
Well, if you're a true pull hitter, you know, the one thing is it might make it go a little more foul quicker than you think if you're hitting one down the line. But, you know, try to go to center, right center.
Breaking ball misses inside to Huzar, and that's going to make it 1st and 2nd with 1 out. 13 pitches in for Wold. He got the first man in OC with the line out. But a full count walk to Huzar. This one's coming up towards us. Fouled off, 0-1 on the first pitch of the at-bat to Carter Wadeson.
And then you got Ando playing even with the bag at first, seeing if there's a bunt. Same thing with Spellhog over at third. Sometimes, again, small ball if you're going to play behind the bag with base runners. And Northern Cass puts the bunt out, trying to take that out of the equation here with 1 out.
Runners stay put, and a strike taken on the outer third of the plate, 0-2.
Yeah, Wold, one good pitch away here to try to get, a strikeout, get that second out here. Well, if you're Northern Cass, got runners on right off the bat here. Can they find a way to put up a run, if not 2, here early on the game?
And a big-time punch-out, a backwards K of Wadeson for a big second out for Jack Wold. Northern Cass unable to move the runners along, and now there's 2 down for Sam Clement, the first baseman, batting 5th. RBI opportunity with the runner in scoring position here. Swung on and missed. Good fastball to start the count from Wold. And he dots it again. 0-2. Great location there. Clement unable to offer at the first 2. 1 good pitch. And Jack Wold will be out of the inning. 19th pitch of the inning coming. Chopped to the right side and threw a base hit. The throw comes all the way home. Play at the plate. He is safe. Hoyland just gets in there. A solid throw in from Hoyme in right field. The tag was late, though. Bryce Whipple put it on him, but just a little bit tardy, and Northern Cass strikes for the first run of the game. A clutch 2-out knock the other way from Sam Clement.
And good job. You're going to be running right off the bat there is Hoyland and Sam Johnson trying to see if it was going to be a perfect throw, and it took a near-perfect throw there to come down and get him. So Hoyland able to come through. Hoyme with a really nice throw from right, but Northern Cass gets a big 2-out base knock, 0-2 behind the count as well on that hit, Josh. So good piece of hitting right there by Clement.
Yeah, he got ahead with the fastball on Clement right there, 0-2. He went to the off-speed, and that one was laced into right. And Huzar was able to move up to third on the play, making it first and third, so some signs given, even with 2 outs. Matthew Metzger at the plate, cuts through that one to even up the count, 1-1. Dust storm on the infield as the wind definitely playing a factor. 1-1. Runner will go. No throw through to second base. So Clement is able to advance into scoring position with 2 strikes and 2 outs. Wold again, 1 good pitch away from getting out of the inning on his 23rd pitch. Swung on and missed. He got him with the fastball. Made no mistake right there. We're through 1/2 inning in Kindred. Northern Cass strikes first on top, 1-0.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
1-0, the Jaguars striking first in Kindred, and they'll send out their left-handed pitcher, Trey Huzar, the tall lefty on the mound. And we'll see what Huzar has to offer to these Kindred Vikings hitters, as Kindred remains undefeated, but this is a big game between these two with postseason implications for sure.
Yeah, again, undefeated in Region 1. They do have one loss on the season against the Thompson Tommies, but Trey Huzar is someone who, if he gets on a rhythm with that lefty, a nice fastball, good breaking ball, he can be a tough batter to get going against, but give credit to where credit's due. Northern Cass got some runners on, a timely 2-out hit, and able to at least get one run across, and also give credit to Wold minimizing the damage. He was one pitch away from putting a goose egg up on the board, but only minimized one run here. So we'll see what happens a little bit for Kindred-Richland if they can get that offense going right off the bat here with a good leadoff batter in Swenson.
Yeah, Kindred definitely looking to respond after giving up the 2-out hit that scored the first run of the game. It was a Sam Clement RBI single to right field that scored Hoyland to put him on top 1-0. First batter for Kindred will be the center fielder Kylan Swenson. Lefty on righty matchup. Huzar misses down and inside on his first pitch to Swenson, 1-0.
Now, with Swenson, was seeing 2 ones that missed in the dirt here for Trey. You got to be thinking, you're sitting on one pitch here in a 2-0 count and seeing if he can hit the zone.
Inside corner there for Huzar as he got Swenson backing away. If he can live there on the inner third, that's going to be tough to hit. Fouled off. Right side out of play. 2-2. So Huzar back in the count after a shaky couple first pitches. Is able to even it up. And got him swinging with the breaking ball. Throw down to first is in time to complete the strikeout. So a nice answer there from Huzar coming back to even up the count and then put away Kylan Swenson for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Stanley Belaski.
Yeah, got him going efficient a little bit there in the dirt too, so you get a good leadoff batter out and chance to collect yourself here if you're Huzar after those first 2 pitches against Kylan.
First pitch misses upstairs to Belaski. Outside 2-0 to the Kindred shortstop. Able to dot the outer third. Huzar gets himself back in the count 2-1, but he's fallen behind to these first couple of hitters, maybe still feeling things out a little bit. Ground ball gets past Huzar, but it goes to the second baseman, and there is a 4-3 putout as Osi makes the play over to Clement at first. So 2 up, 2 down for Trey Huzar.
Osi did a really nice job. Just kind of seeing where that one was coming through. 2-hop 3, did a good job attacking it. Able to go across to Clement, and Trey Huzar, 1 down, 2 down. He's trying to make it a 3 up, 3 down kind of an inning.
3 batters, but hasn't been able to land a first pitch strike to any of them yet. Huzar does seem to have some pretty good velocity coming in there, especially from the left side. That can be deadly stuff. Chris Larson has that as a strike, 2-1 now as he gets the lower part of the plate. Working quickly back, another fastball, 3-1. Opposing pitcher Jack Wold at the plate takes, and he was ready to get to first base there, but it's a full count now, 3-2. And Huszar, on his 15th pitch, could make it his last of this first inning. And he gets him strike three looking, a fastball down and away, beautiful location. That's a backwards K to end the inning. 2 strikeouts for Huszar, and Northern Cass remains up 1-0 after 1.
Down the road, Petro Stopping Center in Fargo has got your back with an impressive lineup of goodies, including Popeye's Chicken, Charlie's Cheesesteaks, Cinnabon, Papa John's, and a mouth-watering full-sized restaurant, the Dolly Down Grill. You'll be spoiled for choice. Whether you're a quick pit stopper or looking to settle in for a while, Petro Stopping Center's Fargo location has got you covered 24/7 every day of the week. Cruise on over to their spot just off 45th Street and I-94 and indulge in a feast fit for the road warrior in you.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
It'll be Jack Wold out for his second inning of work here for Kindred as we head into the top of the second. Northern Cass up 1-0 on a Sam Clement RBI single in the top of the first. That plated Chris Hoyland. He sat at second for 3 batters after his one-out double, but it was able to make it around to home plate on a close play at home. And Wold will get back on the mound, and he'll begin his second inning with Carter Westland, the left fielder. Up high to the Northern Cass left fielder. In there for a strike, 2-1 to the leadoff man. Wold working quickly back on the 2-1. Starting to feel it a little bit now as he's getting in his rhythm. Evens the count of 2. He was able to get the leadoff hitter the first inning out with Jacob Ossie lining out to the third baseman. Just got a piece, fouled it straight back, and it's still 2-2.
I'll see if Wold can locate that, kind of at the knee, that fastball. Been able to use that a little bit to his advantage here early on against these Jags batters.
Might have been a changeup missing high to Westland as he runs the count full 3-2 to the leadoff man. Payoff pitch is fouled off over our heads and out of play. Be pitch number 31 coming to Westland. Just looking for his 4th out is Wold. This one is tomahawked up in the air to the right side. Running over is the first baseman with Andel, and it's out of play.
The ones that are going to be foul are going to go foul today with this one up the right field line. But the ones that, maybe it's a pop-up to the second baseman, it might end up being a fair foul ball by the time the hang time comes through. So those will be a little bit curious to see as those are hit in the middle infield.
Swung on and missed on the payoff pitch again. First out of the inning is Carter Westland as he goes down, the third strikeout victim for Jack Wold this afternoon. Wold able to get both of the leadoff men in his first 2 innings, and he delivers a first pitch strike on a swing and miss foul tip to Matthew Hoppe. Hoppe stands in there right-handed, playing third base in the field. Takes off the plate to even the count, 1-1. Now, on a normal day, that last foul ball over here might have stayed in play, but not today. Another swing and miss as Wold reaches back for a little bit extra on that fastball. Hoppy going into protect mode now as he's down in the count, 1-2. Swung on and missed. High fastball got him. Back-to-back strikeouts for Wold to start the inning. He's got 4 punch-outs already in his 5 outs.
Yeah, the last 4 of the 5 batters have also been retired via the strikeout here, Josh, with that one single coming by Clemens. But other than that, all of a sudden, if you're Jack Woolley, you want to say, okay, take that walk, take that double out of there, and all of a sudden maybe it's a little bit different of a ball game, but finding his rhythm without question.
To the right side, in play, the second baseman, Traum over to first in time, and it's a 3-up, 3-down, good recovery inning for Jack Wold. 1-0 heading to the bottom of the second on your live event.
Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. This spring has been a trying time, and we may feel everything is out of our control. Please remember to slow down and stay safe this spring. Come home to your families each and every night. Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back on your live event. Josh Boyko here alongside Chase Miller. Bottom of the second inning action coming up. Northern Cass is on top 1-0, and they'll look to protect that 1-0 lead with Trey Huzar on the mound and Kindred-Richland coming to bat for their second trip to the plate. Bryce Whipple, the cleanup hitter, will lead things off. He's catching today. Takes a heater on the outside corner. Huzar able to get ahead on his first batter of the second inning, something we didn't see him do in the first, but he was still able to go 3-up, 3-down. He blows another one by 0-2. That's tough right there from a lefty coming in with a really good fastball so far today in Huzar. And he got him on 3 pitches. Backwards K. Trey Huzar picks up his 3rd strikeout.
And both pitchers right now, as we said, kind of find their groove early in this one, but Trey Huzar is someone, if he attacks the zone and gets ahead early, all of a sudden he just becomes that much more, like most pitchers, but particularly with the stuff that he has, he becomes that much more unhittable at the plate.
Not wasting any time, a ground ball to the right side. Huzar able to cover and still get first base. As Luke Starcevic grounds out to the right side, the designated hitter down on 1 pitch.
Clemens, kind of bobbled that one a little bit and threw it behind Trey. Trey did a good job there, just kind of staying with it and able to beat Starcevic by that foot. But good job by, as you alluded to, Josh, the pitcher covering first.
This one's going to find some outfield grass. The first base hit for Kindred comes from Grant Spellhog, the 3rd baseman. A 2-out single to center field, sharply hit. And that'll bring Andy Traum to the plate. So last 2 hitters, first pitch swinging. They don't want to get down 0-2 to someone like Huzar.
No, and Spellhog, that was kind of almost an excuse me check swing, but it went still 100+ feet and able to make its way back. So you'll take full advantage of it anyway to get on against Trey Huzar, make him work from the stretch for the first time here today.
Lefty staring the runner back, delivers home and hits the corner for a strike. It's the second baseman, Andy Trom, at the plate right now. Swing and a miss, 0-2. This is the danger zone where Huzar can mix up the pitch type that he can go with. Goes with the fastball, and he got him again. Another backwards K, the 4th strikeout in 2 innings for Trey Huzar, and we head to the top of the 3rd now. Still 1-0 Northern Cass on top.
Stop on out to Watts Ace Hardware in Castleton and gear up with name brands from Steel, Milwaukee, Ego, and Craftsman Power Tools. Plus, Watts Ace Hardware has a key cutting and paint mixing section for your own do-it-yourself projects. From their grill selection with Traeger, Blackstone, Weber, and the Big Green Egg to their customer laser engraving center, Watts Ace Hardware is a place you need to check out. Stop in at 1610 Governor's Drive in Castleton for Watts Ace Hardware.
Both pitchers looking on top of their game here this afternoon. It's a 1-0 Northern Cass lead, and they have a chance to add on to it. But Jack Wold, a settled down inning in the second, got 2 more punch outs and a 1-2-3 inning. Back on for his 3rd inning of work. And he's back to the top of the order with Jacob Ossie, 0 for 1 with a line out to 3rd that ended up being a 5-3 putout after a drop. In there for a strike 1-1 to the leadoff man, Ossie. Misses away, falls behind 2-1. And what do you think we're going to be looking for here from Wold's second time through the order to improve?
Yeah, he did a really good job after giving that double and that walk a little bit, but, still attacking the strike zone, wanting to see if he can get that off-speed pitch working in his favor to locate.
Might have been it right there. Gets the punch out, and they'll throw it around the horn as Ossie goes down swinging for the 5th strikeout of the afternoon for Jack Wold.
5 Ks for Wold so far, second time through the lineup. And Hoyland, again, that inside out swing. They were shading him to right center, but he pushed it to left center. That got him to that double the last time up, Josh.
See what kind of damage Hoyland does in his second trip to the plate. He comes up looking to do some damage. A big cut on the high fastball, but it's by his bat, 0-1. Wold with a smile gets the one he likes. Misses outside with the curve. Cut on and missed, and his fastball's starting to play up now. In the second inning is when we started to see him get some swing and misses with it. It was an off-speed pitch that gave up the RBI single to the opposite field, so that fastball is working out there today, Chase.
It really is the one thing, though, for Wold compared to Trey Huzar. You mentioned the first pitch outs, number 1, and we're seeing some longer at-bats from Northern Cass as Wold's getting close to 50 pitches right now, Josh, and we're just in the 3rd inning.
Wold looking to feel his position, but he bobbles after it goes off his glove. And it'll be an infield base hit, perhaps, as we have Hoyland reaching for his second trip in a row to the plate.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Wold, right? It bounces off of you, so you're looking for the ball. You're thinking it's maybe going to go up the third baseline and went up the first baseline. If he was able to see it right away, he might have been able to get the runner, but instead Northern Cass gets that one out base knock.
Yeah, kind of an odd deflection there. This ball's hit to right field, hit well, going back, and that one is that gone? out to right field, and that is going to be a home run. That is the wind right there, carrying that one all the way out of here. Trey Huzar with a 2-run jack to right field just kept on going.
You mentioned it, if you're going to hit one out into right, if you can get into that jet stream, how far is it going to go? Well, the right fielder, Hoyme, and the center fielder, Swenson, just kind of kept going back and going back and going back, and it didn't get over the wall by much, but enough to get that high trajectory, if you want to use the old baseball term now, launch angle, right?
Yeah.
Trey got it going right off the bat and able to get those 2 runs, and we'll see how having a couple lefties in the lineup, or if you're able to go opposite as a right-handed hitter, how you can use that wind to your advantage, Josh. And on most days, it's probably a lazy fly, but today that counts as 2 runs.
It looked like a lazy fly off the bat, had me fooled for sure. That'll bring Carter Wadeson to the plate now, and Wold looking to settle down after giving up the round tripper.
And the previous batter with Hoyland getting on, that just makes it, a little tougher to sting, because it would have been a solo homer, 2 outs. Instead, he gave up 2 runs with a really good pitcher that, helped his own cause there with Trey, for Northern Cass.
And now a 4-pitch walk to Wadeson, the first base on balls here.
So we have a courtesy runner coming on here for the Jags.
Yeah, the catcher Wadeson going to get the courtesy runner. It'll be Colin Mitchell, the freshman, off the bench to courtesy run. Three straight batters reaching off of Wold with the infield single. And then the home run and the base on balls. A quick check on the courtesy runner at first, back in safely, and now this one is tomahawked to left field into the pines.
I was going to say, there's not too many days here at Kindred with where the wind's blowing. You might have been worried about a windshield over there, but with the evergreens and where the wind's going, that's about the only way a windshield's going to get cracked today is a line drive hit.
Another step off and bluff to first base. Slide step from Wold, ground ball could be 2 to second for 1. No! And safe at second base, too, as the throw was not handled by Trom at second base. Both runners are safe. Clement will reach.
That's a tough one on the air there. Spellhawk throws it. You're trying to get it to Trom there off of his glove. It moved a little bit off of Trom, too, so you're going a little bit away from the bag. You try to regain possession of the baseball before Mitchell is able to get second, unable to do so, Josh.
And that'll make it now 4 straight that have reached against Wold, as he's only recorded 1 out here in the third, and he's at 56, will be delivering his 57th pitch. Bunt laid down will roll up the first baseline foul, and there's kind of that small ball that you were talking about in our Irie Insurance pregame show. You're going to move some runners along here with the bottom third of the lineup coming up, and trying to pile on, add some insurance runs while you've got Wold on the ropes a little bit.
And it helps when you're up 3-0, right? You can give up maybe an extra out, try to get guys in. You get a single, you're going to score 1, possibly 2. Again, you get a runner to third, a wild pitch, a pass ball, all that stuff comes into play. So if you're Matthew Metzger, had a little conversation with Sam, we'll see if he goes back to the bunt or if they're going to allow him to swing away as the corner infielders, Josh. One's playing in on the grass, the other's playing even with the bag at third.
And now we see the infielder at first base with Andel shading in towards home plate a little bit, maybe expecting to play that bunt again. He's already a couple feet in on the grass, and now comes back even more. There's a bluff to second, and sometimes you'll do that in a bunting situation, try to get the batter to show what he might be doing, see if the bunt play is still on. No bunt, a throw all the way down to second base to keep the runner honest. A big secondary lead from Colin Mitchell.
With how Trey Huzar's pitching, Josh, he's gone 2 innings, 23 pitches so far. If you get 4 or 5 runs, those can feel even like a deeper hole with someone like Huzar.
This one hacked foul out of play and ties the count at 2. But yeah, Huzar's been definitely dealing in his first 2 innings. He's been very efficient with it, like you said, 23 pitches, and he's just been blowing fastballs by Kindred-Richland bats in his first 2 innings. A laborious third, but a good pitch on the corner there from Wold as he gets another strikeout. Breaks the streak of 4 straight batters to reach. And that'll bring up Carter Westland, the left fielder, 0 for 1, punched out in his first at bat. Wold trying to limit the damage as they have the daylight play on. Runner is back in safely at second base. That's the 3rd time that they've tried to pick off Mitchell in this inning. And that's what you get with a courtesy runner coming in.
Yeah, Trom did a good job getting there, too. He was able to get there with a little room there, and a really good job by Wold coming off the mound. Number 1, not having to worry about a balk call. Sometimes you get that, and then it's a free 90 feet. But it nearly got Mitchell there at second base.
Westland behind 0-2. He's in the hole. Runner in scoring position is Mitchell. The runner at first is Clemens, who's reached both at bats. 0-2. Ground ball this time handled by Wold. Ditches the hat, feeds the horse to first, and the inning is over. 2 runs on a couple of hits and an error for Northern Cass as they strike for a pair more in the top of the 3rd. You're watching Region 1 Baseball on yourliveevent.com.
Back. Protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, personal protections, and so much more. Our surface agents answer the phone with a kind of speed and detail that even the Secret Service would envy. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 109 Main Street in Hunter.
And we're back in the bottom of the 3rd. 1 strike already to the leadoff hitter, Owen Hoyme, in the bottom of the 3rd. Trey Huzar on the mound for his 3rd inning of work. And he gets ahead 0-2. And ahead 3-0 on the Bank North scoreboard is Northern Cass right now. And Huzar, a punch out to lead off the inning. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, dominant looking stuff through 3.
And 2 strikeouts in the first, 2 strikeouts in the second, and starting right off with it here to start the 3rd inning, Josh.
Really only 1 at bat with good contact in this game, and that was Spellhog's 2-out single in the 2nd. The first pitch strike into Jack McDonald in for his first at bat, and he fouls off the 2nd pitch quickly, 0-2.
And it goes back to the top of the lineup again here for the Vikings, but trying to see if they can get something brewing here with a good at-bat, a long at-bat for McDonald.
Just missed. from Huzar right there. Fastball down and away, 1-2. Working quickly, working efficiently. This is just his 30th pitch and seeking his second out of his third inning. Down and away with the breaking ball, evens up the count. And if you're just joining us right now, this is our Dakota Heritage in-game update as we'll recap the scoring for you and what got it to 3-0. So Sam Clement with a 2-out RBI single to right field in the first inning got the scoring started. That opposite field base hit made it 1-0, and then in the top of the third inning, after a ground ball that got past the pitcher, but stay on the infield for a base hit, Trey Huzar on the mound right now, doing himself a favor with a 2-run blast to right field, put Northern Cass up 3-0. Payoff pitch and misses away, and that's a 1-out free pass, base on balls to Jack McDonald. And free pass, not exactly what you're looking to issue now that you're up with some insurance, 3-0 Chase.
No, and McDonald did a good job fighting off, some pitches there, working a walk. Again, it took a longer at-bat here from a Viking perspective, as we haven't seen too many again in the recent at-bats here from the Vikings really go past 3 or 4 pitches, Josh.
Yeah, that was a resilient at-bat there, Chase, because down 0-2 to start the at-bat, but he's able to draw the base on balls.
Those are big things. Bottom of the lineup, 8-9. If you can get on base, right, put your table setters up the top of the lineup, see if they can put some contact through the second time through against Trey.
Yeah, speaking of contact, that's what Kylan Swenson's looking for as he went 0 for 1 with a strikeout in his first at-bat to lead off for Kindred in the bottom of the first. But he, like you said, flip the lineup card over, and you're back to the leadoff and the best hitters in the lineup. Swenson, Belaski, and Wold, the next 3 up for Kindred. Slide step move to home and fouled straight back by Swenson. It's 1-2. The 1-2 out in front of it, ground ball to third, dropped initially, fired to first, and it's gonna skip off the infield dirt and roll up the first base line. Runners on the move, and holding at third base wisely is Jack McDonald, but into second base goes Kylan Swenson on an E5.
No, just put the ball in play. That's the biggest thing sometimes when you're going up against a pitcher like this. Just find a way to make the defense have to do something. And Hoppy was looking to get the lead runner. If he would have just went to go look to get Swenson the entire time, would have got Kylan out. They've been 2 down with a runner in scoring position. But the one time he went to go to second, that's when he bobbled the ball. And by the time he bobbled the ball with someone who's got wheels like Kylan, that's going to be a tough play at first, Josh. And then, as you mentioned, the throwing error gives everybody another 90 feet.
I'll bring up Stanley Belaski to the plate, 0 for 1 with a ground out to second in his first plate appearance.
And with the infield now, too, Josh playing in here with 1 out.
Yeah, the middle infield, shortstop and second base in on the grass. That's Hoyland and Osi up the middle, trying to prevent these runs from getting in for Kindred to make this more of a competitive ball game. But ducks on the pond, runners in scoring position. Swung on and missed by Belaski.
The left fielder there in Westland's playing extremely in with the wind. So if Belaski can get one down the left field line or hit one to left, it'll be bases clearing. I think the casual report in right field will be playing deep today, Josh.
Yeah, that's a bit of an understatement. Just a few feet from the fence right there. Chopped up the third baseline foul. We'll do it again, 1-2. But out in right field right now is Hansen playing pretty much near the wall. It's a lot easier to run in for a ball than it is to run out for a ball. Huzar really facing his first jam of the afternoon. The 1-2 pitch. Ooh, just missed. Not by much right there. Went off speed. Looking for another strikeout. Already has 5 this afternoon. And he gets his 6th right there on a swinging strikeout of Belaski. That's a big out right there, not allowing the first or the second runner across. Didn't allow him to even put it in play.
And you're also eating up some pitches compared to where Huzar was coming into this inning, Trey. Josh, under 30. Now this will be his 45th of the contest.
Jack Wold steps in. Huzar was able to do some damage off of him last time up when he went deep to right, and now he's looking to return the favor to try and get a couple runs across for his team. Swung on and fouled back. He reached back for a little bit extra on the pitch right there, did Huzar. 0-2.
Wold right now behind the count. Try to find a way to maybe hit one up the middle, see if he can get, both those runners in.
Left fielder back to standard depth now. Chopped up the first base line. This is going to be a fair ball. Huzar to the bag. The flip to first is in time, and Kindred strands a pair in scoring position in the bottom of the third as Huzar works out of his first jam of the afternoon. It is still 3-0 on the Bank North scoreboard on your live event.
It's the most prestigious, challenging rewarding tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The world of outlaws, King's Late Models.
I'm Madden Scunbury. I'm confident on the field, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
I'm Tylee Johnson. I'm confident in the arena. And when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
The Bank North scoreboard reads 3-0 with Northern Cass on top, and Jack Wold's coming back out. Looking to rebound after giving up the lengthy inning he had last time out, and the 2-run homer to Trey Huzar.
Northern Cass 7 batters to the plate the last half inning, so if you're Jack Wold looking for a little bit quicker of an inning, also you got to start taking a look at that pitch count a little bit more as this game gets a little bit later on.
Able to get ahead of Matthew Hoppy to start off the inning. Will be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up for the Jags in the top of the fourth. Flared down the right field line. Wind not really affecting this one as much, but it is going to land foul, 0-2. This ball's hit a long way to center field, backing up and over the head of the center fielder, Swenson. It's going to be 2 and looking for 3. Relay throw to third is not in time. It is a leadoff triple. Matthew Hoppy, the third baseman, gives it a ride to center field over the head of Kylan Swenson. Lead off triple runner in scoring position right away. And now it'll be Cody Waitson looking to get him in.
And now the infield will have to come in for the Vikings as well, trailing it by 3. A really good piece of hitting there by Hoppy again with the wind, right? You get to center, right center. It's going to carry it a little bit more here today, and that's exactly what Hoppy was able to do, get over Swenson's head.
Always nice when you can get some production from the bottom third of the lineup, and that's what you've got right there from the 8-hitter and now the 9-hitter. And Waitson taking a strike on the outside corner. Waitson designated hitter in this first game. That's Cody Waitson in taking ball number 2. Carter Waitson behind the plate for Northern Cass today. Lined a base hit in past the drawn-in infield. It's an RBI single. And Northern Cass is going to add on. Didn't take long to get the leadoff triple in, and we'll flip things over to the top of the order. Danger time here as Northern Cass is in control of this ball game and putting some good swings together, Chase.
Yeah, it helps too when you get production from your 8-9 batters, as you alluded to there, Josh, to get up now 4-0, and you get that runner at first base here on top of it yet. So again, 2 really good solid contact hits for that triple and that single, and now third time through against Wold.
Jacob Ossie with a ground out to third and a strikeout in his second at bat. Third baseman was all the way in there, expecting bunt. To second to go for one, around to first, and safe is the call at first, so it's a fielder's choice. A pretty quick turn right there. Not much more you can ask for. But Ossie is safe at first on the fielder's choice, and that'll bring up Chris Hoyland to the plate.
And good turn there from Boloski to Trom, trying to see if they can get the speedster Ostie, but Ostie kind of showed you his wheels.
This is lined up the middle, a base hit to left center field. Cut off, and it'll be runners at first and second, as it was well played in the outfield by Swenson.
We've seen Hoyland do that already twice today, Josh, kind of that center, left center, inside-out swing for a double earlier. Got that signal there. Hoyland's been just a menace today for Northern Cass.
Now on base all 3 times. He's 3 for 3. An infield single in his second at bat. This is laced down the right field line, foul towards the bullpen area. 75 pitches from Wold as he's laboring through his 4th inning of work. Trey Huzar went deep in his last at bat in the bottom of the top of the 3rd, and he had another good cut there down the right field line. Runner in scoring position for Huzar this time. Missed upstairs this time. 2-1. Pitch is starting to mount. Falls behind 3-1. We haven't seen a whole lot of free passes today, but Carter Waitson was able to draw one in the lengthy 3rd inning. In there to fill up the count. 3-2 now. Payoff pitch, slide step. Runners were going. This ball is hit down the right field line. That's going to be well out of play, as, like you said earlier, foul balls are going to be even more foul down the right field line today.
And if you're a pull hitter there as well, a little bit with Trey Huzar, I mean, he's got a lot of left field to work with where the left center is. But again, with the pull and where they're going, we'll see if the runners go again, Josh, in a 3-2 count.
They do, and it's ball 4. Tag at third will not matter. Base on balls for Huzar. They're all loaded up for Carter Wadeson now. Walked in his last appearance on 4 pitches. 0 for 1, though, with a strikeout officially today. 82nd pitch coming. Infield is drawn in again. One and one to Wadeson. This is a big at bat right here for the outcome of this game. Any more runs, going to be tough to come back from for Kindred. Fouled off out of play, 2-2.
Infield playing in again, trying to take that run away from home. So if you're, again, Carter Wadeson, just try to fling something in the outfield right now and see if it can go to your advantage.
Swung on and missed for strike 3, and that's a big-time strikeout for Jack Wold. He sits down Wadeson. And now he's just one good at bat away from getting out of the inning with just allowing the leadoff triple to score. Now, I think Kindred would take that as a win if that's the only run that gets plated here.
Yeah, if you only get one run across and leave the bases loaded, that's a pretty good job by Wold getting out of the pickle right now. And Clemens reached base twice, though, so far today.
Fouled out of play to even the count at 1 now. Probably the biggest at bat of the game coming here for Northern Cass. Cody Wadeson made it a 4-0 game with his single as the second at bat of the inning right after the Matthew Hoppe leadoff triple. This is popped up behind the plate, looking for it, and the pitcher is going to come all the way in, and it's going to be Wold making the catch on the foul territory infield grass. The catcher did not see it, but Wold is able to get there and retire the side 4-0 as Northern Cass adds another on your live event.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll have coverage of the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 3rd and 4th.
Closey with the 0-2 pitch.
The Optimist Volleyball Series on June 10th and 11th.
Right corner, West is there for the dig. Backs at Bogenry for another kill.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 15th and 16th.
Really nice quality second half. Goes off the backboard for the duck to Carson Yale.
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
4-0 reads the Bank North scoreboard after 3.5 innings in Kindred. At Bank North, they take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities we serve. They're more than just a bank. Bank North is a community partner that you can always count on. It's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. Member FDIC and equal housing lender. Well, we've got a new factor. It was the wind first, and now we have the rain coming down that has plagued spring baseball here in North Dakota, raining out some of the Enderlin Baseball Jamboree and other events around the North Dakota area. Bottom of the 4th as we play on. Bryce Whipple will be leading things off. He's the cleanup hitter for Kindred, and he takes ball 1. Line foul into the Kindred dugout. Trey Huzar really had his first jam of the afternoon in his last inning in the 3rd. Runners got to 2nd and 3rd with 1 out, but he was able to respond by punching out Stanley Belaski and getting Jack Wold to ground out himself, Huzar, and he fed to first in time for the out. Fouled off down the right field line out of play, 2-2. But Huzar's looked very dominant and in command. The 2-2, it'll wind up in the pitch. Breaking ball, good movement on it, but misses. Full count. Payoff pitch coming to Whipple. And that one misses. So it's a leadoff walk for Bryce Whipple. Luke Starcevic, the DH, comes to bat against the lefty Huzar. Courtesy runner comes in to bat for Whipple, to run for Whipple, rather. An immediate check. Swung on and fouled into the mask of the catcher. Fifth pitch upcoming for Huzar. Swung on and missed again. Hung on to by Carter Wadeson this time. The 0-2 offering to Starcevic misses high. One-two, got him reaching. Fastball blew it by him. And that's another strikeout for Huzar. Punch-out starting to add up now for Kindred as Huzar's got 7. Just one hit. Pickoff attempt off the glove of Clement at first base, but runner not able to advance. Graham Hess is the courtesy runner in at first base. Running for Bryce Whipple, 0-1 to Grant Spellhog. Has the lone hit for Kindred. Off speed, missing a little bit outside. It's 2-1 now. Huzar's had to work a little bit more in the third and the fourth inning as he's had runners on base. Hasn't been quite as sharp from the stretch, but he gets back into the count 2-2. Spellhog chases upstairs, and that'll be the second out of the fourth. Runner still at first base after the leadoff walk. A miss in the dirt, 1-0. Eight strikeouts for Huzar, but the command just not as sharp here in this fourth inning. Pitch count's up to 65. Not a terrible average per inning. Looking about 16, 17. But now he's issued his second walk of the inning, and that one a 4-pitch free pass. And Jace, what do you think Huzar might be dealing with out there? Maybe changing conditions?
You know, he might have a little bit more of a wet baseball again that kind of comes through a little bit. So just have to kind of battle it through a little. You know, you're one good pitch away from getting out of any situation here with 2 outs.
There's a good pitch as it goes right by Owen Hoyme. Kindred once again is presented with an opportunity to put some runs on the board. They had second and third, 1 out in the third. And now they have first and second with 2 down in the bottom of the fourth here. But Hoyme is quickly behind 0-2. Huzar maybe dialing up a little bit of extra heat here, and he goes back to the fastball, but he misses down and in. Kindred looking for a clutch 2-out hit to get themselves on the board here. That one skips to the plate in the left-handed batter's box. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Got him looking on the outside corner, and that'll put away the Kindred threat yet again. So 4 scoreless innings for Trey Huzar. He strikes out the side. He's got 9 strikeouts through 4. It's a 4-0 Northern Cass lead going to the 5th.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
That bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Welcome back to Kindred, as Northern Cass has looked pretty in control through the first 4 innings of this game. They've scored in 3 of their 4 innings at bat, and they'll have a chance to do so again here in the top of the 5th. Jack Wold is still out there starting the inning with 90 pitches. Just trying to eat as much of this game as possible with the doubleheader that we have here on tap for you today on your live event. We head to the top of the 5th. Leading off is Matthew Metzger. Big cut and a miss behind the fastball. And a quick timeout as Wold was into his windup quickly. And a strike in there, 1-2, so Wold able to get ahead of his first batter in the 5th. Gets the strikeout, and there's been a good amount of swing and miss here from both of these pitchers today. Going in by way of the K.
Yeah, Wold did a good job rearing back there for the fastball, able to have a good location with it as well. Able to get the first out, which is going to be big right here for the Vikings. How many more outs can Wold get in this one, but also keep it within striking distance? We've seen the last couple of innings, the Vikings get some runners on, but Trey Huzar has been able to work out of any jam if there was one, Josh, in the 3rd and the 4th.
Yeah, good pitching from Huzar there. And now that one's going to find some left field grass. A base hit for Carter Westland, the left fielder. Quick at bat as he pulls one through the left field, through the left side of the infield. Matthew Hoppe did some damage in his last at bat with a leadoff triple, and he was then played in the next at bat by Cody Wadeson. Oh-2 quickly as Wold has been able to get ahead of both batters in this inning. And a 3-pitch strikeout right there of Hoppe as he made quick work of the guy that did some damage in his last at bat against him. And that'll bring it to Cody Wadeson. This has been a clean-looking inning for Wold. Runner goes, throw down to second is there. They got him. They say he got the back of the jersey, a late call, but they're going to say the runner is out. Westland is caught stealing, and on the 100th pitch of the afternoon for Jack Wold, he gets out of it. 5 innings, 4 runs, 8 hits on the afternoon for him, and we'll go to the bottom of the 5th, 4-0 Northern Cass.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
We have a caught stealing in the top of the fifth that sends us to the bottom of the fifth with Kindred trailing 4-0 on the Bank North scoreboard as they'll come to bat with threats in their last two innings at bat in the third and the fourth, but Chase just unable to get that clutch hit across to get a run.
Yeah, and that's the one biggest thing, right? And trying to find ways to get runners in scoring position. Now you just got to find a way to get that big base knock. Maybe you can get something out to the outfield. So far, really, the difference of the game is that Trey, who's already two-run homer. Otherwise, it'd probably be a 2-0 game right now, Josh, if it wasn't for that two-run blast.
Yes, for as much traffic that's been on the bases for Northern Cass, Wold has done a nice job limiting the damage. And a fly ball sinking into right field, but a diving catch is made out in right. What a diving effort right there from Gage Hansen in right. Robs a base hit to lead off the inning for Jack McDonald, and that's just a heartbreaker for Kindred as they have been struggling to get base runners. Just one hit. That is their most solid contact, and it's all for naught. Ground ball through the left side. That's a base hit. Back-to-back really good swings for Kindred, and they see one go through this time. That's the second hit of the afternoon. Good to see base runner getting on in a third straight inning for Kindred.
Yeah, all of a sudden you take that, base knock away from Hansen, which would at least been a single if it gets by him. That's definitely a double, if not maybe a triple. Instead, one out. Now there's runner on first, but the Vikings wasting very little time in those two at bats. Josh getting a good piece of the baseball there and putting something in play.
Yeah, some pitchers you gotta wait back and just get your pitch to hit. Huzar, that first pitch might be the best one to hit right there. He's looking to get ahead, and he's got good stuff, and it's put away pitches later in the at-bat. So first pitch swinging is when we've seen the most success for Kindred. Good snare at first base from Sam Clement as they tried to backpick the runner Swenson at first. Stanley Belaski at the plate had runners at second and third with one out, but he struck out swinging in his last plate appearance, leaving the runners stranded. Swung and a missed, 1-2 now. Pitch number 78 for Trey Huzar. Runner goes. Oh, and the runner is gunned down at second base. A second back-to-back half inning where we see a runner caught stealing. It was a good pitch to throw on, high fastball, and the pop time was good. Carter Wadeson with the cannon down to second base. Great put out.
A really good job able to beat Swenson. By the time the tag came, Swenson was out, knew it, and all of a sudden now if you're Huzar, you're one pitch away, Josh, and all of a sudden maybe you're in the dugout at pitch number 80 here through 5 innings.
Yeah, and if you're Kindred right there, you can kind of see where they're coming from. They're trying to get runners into scoring position. It's been hard to advance runners against Huzar as he K's Belaski to end the inning, a backwards K at that. Really good, strong 5 innings for Trey Huzar. 5 shutout innings, just giving up 2 hits. It's 4-0 Northern Cass through 5.
Hungry and on the road, Petro Stopping Center in Fargo has got your back. With an impressive lineup of goodies, including Popeye's Chicken, Charlie's Cheesesteaks, Cinnabon, Papa John's, and a mouth-watering full-sized restaurant, the Dolly Down Grill, you'll be spoiled for choice. Whether you're a quick pit stopper or looking to settle in for a while, Petro Stopping Center's Fargo location has got you covered 24/7 every day of the week. Cruise on over to their spot just off 45th Street and I-94 and indulge in a feast fit for the road warrior in you.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and RJBroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and RJBroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Jack Wold back out, and Kindred was trying to put together a rally there in their bottom of the fifth inning, just could not put anything across. They did get one hit, got robbed of another, and the one hit from Kylan Swenson, he gets gunned down, stealing second base. So just 3 batters make it to the plate for Kindred in the fifth as we go over to the sixth inning. Cody Waitson, the designated hitter, is behind 0-2. Right there outside the 103rd pitch of the afternoon for Jack Wold. And we're going to probably see Wold in his final inning of work here. And we'll see what pitch count looks like if he can make it through this inning. 120 pitches is the cap that he'll be able to throw. This one's chopped up the third base line, and this is going to be grabbed foul.
And with that, too, if you're at, 119 and you start the at-bat, you can finish it. So that's the one caveat there. But so far it's been a really good here for, the Northern Cast, getting a couple pitches against Wold. You get him out. You get some more pitches coming up against a Vikings pitcher then in the 7th inning as well.
Line to right field. Another diving attempt, but this one gets by the right fielder, Hoyme. It's going to roll, and it's going to be a 2-base hit for Cody Wadeson. We'll see what they rule in terms of single or double right there, but it's definitely a single, and he's going to make it to second base.
Yeah, base knock on the way, extra base hit there for Wadeson, able to get into scoring position, and now all of a sudden Northern Cass, a pretty big insurance run because one swing of the bat doesn't tie the game up, Josh, if you're able to get that Wadeson in. And Wadeson's going to be able to take a bigger lead unless they run a daylight play because they got first and third coming hard down the line. The shortstop is going to try to cover third base, so we'll see what happens here with this particular play.
Showing bunt as the infield was crashing in, and you can see the second baseman, Trom, is coming over to cover first as the first baseman's crashing hard. The third baseman not really crashing as hard up the left side line. Bunt pulled back, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch misses wildly high. That was pitch number 111 for Jack Wold. Slide step delivery, and that is popped behind the plate foul, but it was a 2-strike bunt, and the batter is out. Jacob Ossie is retired for the first out of the inning.
That's one where Whipple was looking for it, and I don't know if he would have saw it right away. I'm not sure if Whipple would have got there. Almost got to the Northern Cass dugout there to the backstop. But as you alluded to, Josh, bunting on 2 strikes, you get the out anyway regardless. And now if you're Wold, you like to finish this inning potentially. While on the opposite side, if you're Northern Cass, Hoyland, we'll see how aggressive he is. If you get a 6-7 pitch at bat, the next batter would for surely be the last one, and Hoyland might be the last one, depending on how long this at bat goes here, Josh.
Good swing on the first pitch from Wold to Hoyland, and we'll see what Wold can do, but Hoyland is he's reached all 3 at-bats against Jack Wold with a double when he came around to score in the first. An infield single came around to score in the third, and a single in the fourth as well. But he scored 2 of the 4 runs. Been a great table setter.
Cody Wadeson really is getting a nice secondary lead over at second, shortstop, and Bolowski's trying to keep him as close as he possibly can. We'll see if Wold possibly steps off or if Whipple possibly throws down to second.
And behind now 3-1. Ground ball through the right side. That's a base hit. Right fielder comes up firing, and it's going to be the stop sign. Bases will be loaded now, and a little bit of an awkward turn at third base right there.
Sam Johnson talking with Wadeson right there. Runners at first and third now after that base knock. And we'll see what happens, and that might have been part of the reason why they kind of held up. So you hit it perfectly, Josh. You saw Wadeson kind of stretching out a little bit, and Sam immediately asking if he's all right.
Yes, runners at the corners now for this next at-bat, and it'll bring up a dangerous man in Trey Huzar, already with a 2-run bomb to help his cause on the mound, and he has a chance to add on with another runner in scoring position for this at-bat. And again, that's a 4-for-4 day for Chris Hoyland.
Yeah, the top of the order has done well. You know, Ostie's been able to get on board, back in the fourth inning with that fielder's choice. Hoyland just put the ball in play, and Trey Huzar just found ways to continue to, either get aboard with a walk, a homer with what he's been able to do, much less on the mound as well. So if you're Northern Cass, we talked about on our pregame saying, top of the lineup for both teams, as it always is in baseball, but it can be a real table setter in the first of the 2 games of 2 quality pitchers. And Northern Cass, the top third of the lineup, Josh, has really been the difference so far here in this one.
Yeah, and it's led to 10 hits, out hitting Kindred 10-2 in this first game. It, like you said, just goes with 2 quality pitchers on the mound, but Huzar has been cream of the crop in this game, just allowing 2 hits and not much solid contact for Kindred to work with in their plate appearances.
And the kicker, too, is if Wadeson does come out, he's a designated hitter. So we'll see what happens as Sam Johnson is talking with Chris Larson. It looks like we'll get a courtesy runner coming on here for the Jags, number 14 coming on here. Josh.
And that'll be Colin Mitchell coming back on. He is courtesy run already earlier in the ball game. So Wadeson leaving the game after a little bit of an awkward turn at third base when he got the stop sign. Runners at the corners. Probably the last batter for Jack Wold. Runner will go down to second base, no throw, as Hoyland advances. It looks like an intentional walk right there, as Huzar is going to go down to first base to fill him up.
So Sam Johnson electing to steal second with Hoyland. They'll intentionally walk a really good batter with Trey and try to see if Jack Wold can get the next one with Carter Wadeson, possibly.
Also some strategy right there, giving Wold an extra batter right here, because if you pitch that out to him and walk him just by pitching around him, he's going to be over 120. But 118 now as this ball is flared behind second base. This is going to land a base hit. 1 run is in, and it will remain bases loaded. It'll be 5-0 on the RBI base hit for Carter Wadeson. And thanks to that being on the first pitch of the at-bat, Wold will get one final batter now as he's sitting at 119 pitches. Clement lines it to third. Dive back to the bag. He is safe. Close play right there. Diving back in. Spellhog tried to get in first for Kindred, but he was beat out. Hoyland just does get back in. An absolute rope caught by Spellhog at third. So Wold nearly got out of the inning on one pitch right there, but they're going to have to make the substitution now on pitch 120. And we will come back. Bases still loaded, 2 down. Northern Cass still threatening in the top of the 6th.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. This spring has been a trying time, and we may feel everything is out of our control. Please remember to slow down and stay safe this spring. Come home to your families each and every night. Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And welcome back on your live event. 5-0 Northern Cass on the Bank North scoreboard. They've got the bases loaded as we've got a new pitcher on the mound, and it's Fisher Johnson coming in to replace Jack Wold, who comes out with a final stat line of 5 2/3 innings, gave up 11 hits and 5 runs, and 10 strikeouts, though. He did have some swing and miss stuff, Chase.
He did, but now all of a sudden Johnson comes on here, and Northern Cass can kind of break the game open. 5-0. You know, you still got time to play with if you're the Vikings. You know, Trey Huzar's at 80 pitches, but another base knock here could really put this game away. So Johnson comes into right into the microwave, right into the stove, right into the heater, however you like to say it.
And Johnson able, though, to get ahead 0-2. Just needs one more strike to get out of this jam that he's been placed into. And he gets it. Fisher Johnson comes in and gets a 3-pitch strikeout to end the inning and leave the bases full for Northern Cass. To the bottom of the 6th we go. Kindred trails 5-0.
Stop on out to Watts Ace Hardware in Castleton and gear up with name brands from Steel, Milwaukee, Ego, and Craftsman Power Tools. Plus, Watts Ace Hardware has a key cutting and paint mixing section for your own do-it-yourself projects. From their grill selection with Traeger, Blackstone, Weber, and the Big Green Egg to their customer laser engraving center, Watts Ace Hardware is a place you need to check out. Stop in at 1610 Governor's Drive in Castleton for Watts Ace Hardware.
We've got your back. Protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, personal protections, and so much more. Our surface agents answer the phone with a kind of speed and detail that even the Secret Service would envy. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
And Trey Huzar's back out there for a 6th inning, as he's got 5 shutout innings, doing just giving up 2 hits. Very few base runners on for Huzar by way of hit, but he's given up a couple walks and others have reached, but no one's been able to come across for Kindred, even though they've had runners in scoring position for the last 3 innings. And Chase, what adjustment does Kindred need to make here in the waning innings?
Yeah, for Kindred-Richland, it's not so much about any adjustments against Trey Huzar. You just hope that as the game goes along, he's at 80 pitches. You're probably not going to get 40 pitches out of him in this inning, obviously, but what can you do to either look for your pitch? We've seen Kindred-Richland kind of go for that first pitch, swinging at particular times. Trey Huzar, though, he's just been locked in so far, double-digit strikeouts, and you're seeing the reason why.
Ground ball off the bat of Wald to the right side. Osi to first base. And that is out number 1 quickly as you see first pitch swinging there again.
And again, give Jack Wold credit. He battled a little bit here today, got into some situations. Northern Cass made 1 or 2 extra, plays, got base runners on. But he did a good job minimizing it to where it was, just 4 to 5 throughout the majority. But, you got to tip your cap sometimes to your opposition, and Trey Huzar has been on point, since the very first inning, Josh.
Yeah, and if Northern Cass is able to hang on to this one, it's very likely that our RDK Enterprises precision player of the game, Trey Huzar, is a great candidate right there.
And you got the 2-run homer, and then obviously on the mound, it's kind of done it all today here for Coach Sam Johnson.
From the windup, where he's been for a good amount of this game, nothing in 2, he misses high. Swung on and missed on the foul tip, and down goes Whipple. Another strikeout for Huzar. Dakota Heritage Bank in-game update for you right here. Just a recap of our scoring so far. Sam Clement got us started with an RBI single with 2 outs in the first inning. Then Trey Huzar on the mound right now. Ground ball to third base, and that's going to be booted. And it'll be Starcevic reaching for Kindred with 2 outs here in the 6th inning. But Huzar hit that 2-run homer in the 3rd inning, which has been the biggest difference in this ball game. And then Cody and Carter Wadeson both with run-scoring singles to make it 5-0. Popped up right side. That's going to get out of here thanks to the wind. Nothing in 2. '89th pitch coming up. Huzar from the stretch and skips one in between the legs of the catcher. Throw down to second, not picked. So Starcevic down to second base. They went E5 on the Starcevic at bat, so no hit given there, but he reaches on error and then advances to second on the wild pitch. But a strikeout here, throw down to first base to complete it, and 6 brilliant, masterful shutout innings for Trey Huzar this afternoon in Kindred. Northern Cass on top 5-0 to the top of the 7th we go.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 109 Main Street in Hunter.
Fisher Johnson back out on the mound as he's got only 3 pitches after he came in with the bases loaded in the the top of the 6th in replacement of Jack Wold. He got a 3-pitch strikeout to work his way out of the jam, and he's back out here for the 7th inning. After the bottom half of the 7th inning, if Kindred is unable to make the comeback, we will have our Petro Stopping Center postgame show as this ball is flared to short, and the catch is made, 1 down. Fisher Johnson working quickly with a 3-pitch strikeout and a 1-pitch lineout. It'll be Matthew Hoppy coming to the plate now. One-0 pitch from Fisher, lined up the middle to the second baseman. It'll be a 4-3 putout as Traum makes the defensive play. Quickly 2 down. So Fisher Johnson has come in here and done a really nice job just throwing strikes, and he's gotten 3 batters out on just 6 pitches. So Colin Mitchell is going to bat now as the designated hitter has been lost. Cody Wadeson came out with a lower body injury is what we're going to go with after he rounded third base in the last inning and put on the brakes. 0-2 now to Mitchell. And down on 3 pitches, Fisher Johnson with some impressive relief. 4 outs on just 9 pitches, 2 strikeouts as we head to the bottom of the 7th on your live event.
It's the most prestigious, challenging, rewarding tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The world of outlaws, King's Late Models.
I'm Madden Scunbury. I'm confident on the field, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
I'm Tylee Johnson. I'm confident in the arena. And when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
Bottom half of the 7th here coming up from Kindred. Kindred-Richland trailing 5-0 in this ball game. Have not had any answers for Trey Huzar on the mound for Northern Cass. The Jaguars lefty has held Kindred-Richland to 2 hits this afternoon in the first game of our doubleheaders. We'll have the second one coming up, and we have a hit by pitch to lead off this inning. Andy Traum will trot to first base on the HBP. Owen Hoyme will bat next. He's 0 for 2 with a couple strikeouts. They're going to give Traum a little bit of extra time as that one got him pretty good. And he hit another batter as Fisher Johnson is in the game now. So first and second now for Kindred. And we have a visit to the mound right here from Sam Johnson.
Well, if you're the Vikings, this is exactly what you needed to do. Bottom of the 7th, you still got 3 outs to work with. Find ways to get on base. And now, if you're Sam Johnson, this is just one, again, make sure you give everybody a calm, cool, collective breath. Not to say the runners at first and second don't matter, but you're just hunting outs at this point. Yeah, if you have a chance to turn 2, take it, but make sure you get an out when the out is presented, because you know that that's not on the Vikings side right now moving forward. So for Kindred-Richland, we haven't really said this too much today, Josh. Get a leadoff runner on against Trey Huzar, right? Then add to that, get another runner on. So the Vikings' opportunity here to try to get something brewing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a little bit of momentum brewing here with runners that you haven't had much of, but you get them on before the first out. But for Northern Caster, you can trade a run for an out in this situation, being up by 5. We'll see how Huzar is able to handle things after a little bit of adversity.
And for the Vikings too, doing it with the bottom part of their lineup. So if you can find a way to get McDonald on here, you can really get your table setters with an opportunity.
And McDonald's had a couple of nice plate appearances, as he was the one that lined out on the diving play to right field earlier in this game. But he's down on 3 pitches here for a strikeout, so he is 0 for 2 with a walk officially in his 3 at-bats. So a really good response there from Huzar. Now has 12 strikeouts. Order flips back up to the top for Kylan Swenson as he takes strike 1. Foul off the catcher, 0-2. So Huzar, with 2 straight hit by pitches, is able to come back with a 3-pitch strikeout, and then 0-2 to Swenson. In the dirt, spiked in front of the mound. Both runners will advance into scoring position.
Wadeson said to work for it. Foul ball off the mast, and that one, on the wild pitch there by Trey, about a good 5 feet in front of home plate. Did a good job, though, not allowing that to get to the backstop. Still the runners move up.
Defensive swing there from Swenson as he's able to stay alive, fouling that pitch out of play. Hundredth pitch of the afternoon for Huzar. Ground ball to second base. Nice sliding stop to first. Osi gets the out, and there is a run across the board for Kindred, but Northern Cass happy to trade the out for the run.
Yeah, so 2 down now, run driven in there for Kylan. So, a productive out regardless, which is the last time you can say that in this game for the Vikings, unless you get to extra innings here. But, yeah, you hit it on the head, Josh. If you're Northern Cass, you'll gladly give up the run for the out, knowing the situation of the game.
That's a good play from Osi, making that one that could have easily gotten through the infield. He had to make a little bit of extra effort to keep that one in the infield and still able to record an out. Stanley Belaski still in this game hitting. Will take for ball 1 right there. It's 1-1. And Kindred-Richland down to their final strike in this first game of our doubleheader. Huzar sets, fires, misses outside. He won't have the opportunity for a complete game shutout anymore with that run coming across on the productive out, but just a masterful game from Huzar, 12 strikeouts. And he's got a 13th to end the ball game. Belaski goes down looking, and Trey Huzar finishes off a magnificent performance for Northern Cass as they are able to take Game 1 5-1 here on your live event. We'll come back with our Petro Stopping Center post-game show around the break.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll have coverage of the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 3rd and 4th.
Closey with the 0-2 pitch.
The Optimist Volleyball Series on June 10th and 11th.
Right corner, West is there for the dig. Backs at Bogenry for another kill.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 15th and 16th.
Really nice quality second half. Goes off the backboard for the duck to Carson Yale.
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
That bind us together. Bank North, always true.
Welcome to the Petro Stopping Center post-game show here in Kindred, as Northern Cass is able to come out on top 5-1. The box score for Northern Cass, 5 runs on 11 hits and 2 errors committed. Kindred, 1 run scored on 2 hits and 1 error committed. And we'll go over our starting pitcher stats here on our Petro Stopping Center postgame show. Jack Wold, 5 2/3 innings with 10 strikeouts. He gets the loss today for Kindred, but he really battled in there. He was able to hang in there and not get knocked out of this game. It did some good damage control after giving up the Huzar 2-run homer in the 3rd inning. So nothing too terrible for Jack Wold in this outing. He did have some swing and miss stuff, 10 strikeouts, but did give up 11 hits and 5 runs. But not all of them were earned, as there was 1 run that came across unearned due to an error. And then Fisher Johnson came in, 1 inning and a 3rd in relief. 2 strikeouts and 4 perfect batters for Fisher Johnson. And then on the other side, Trey Huzar, pretty simple stat line for their pitcher, for the Northern Cass pitchers. Huzar picks up the win. Complete game for Trey, 13 strikeouts, 3 walks, and 2 hits given up. Only 1 run, it was earned, and 2 hit batters as well for Huzar, but just a masterful performance there. And we'll come back with the scoring breakdown, and then our Enbridge Energy player of the game and RDK Enterprises Precision player of the game, and we'll do that around the break.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
And welcome back to the Petro Stopping Center postgame show, your one-stop travel hub for all your road trip needs. They've got you covered around the clock every day of the week with a wide selection of food, winter gear, and gas for your ride. Let their team roll out the red carpet and give you the VIP treatment today. The Petro Stopping Center just off of 45th Street and I-94 in Fargo. And let's hand out some accolades here, shall we, and get to our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game. That's got to go to Trey Huzar for Northern Cass. He was the man out there on the mound today, picking up 13 strikeouts and just giving up 1 run on 2 hits. Just a masterful performance this afternoon. Had control for most of the game, and he battled through more adversity later in the innings as Kindred was able to get runners on base, but he just shut them down every time that they thought they had a run going. So Huzar is your Enbridge Energy Player of the Game. Life takes energy. Enbridge Energy for life. And visit enbridge.com for career opportunities today. And then our RDK Enterprises Precision Play of the Game is also going to Trey Huzar today with the 2-run blast to right field in the top of the 3rd inning. Really was the difference maker in this game that kind of just put things out of reach, and he was able to ride his own run support off his own bat, and he did it on the mound as well today. So just a complete performance from Huzar. His 2-run homer is the RDK Enterprises Feature Precision Play of the Game. RDK Enterprises has locations in Hillsboro and Drayton. Have a safe spring planting season, and they thank you for your business. Visit planterdoc.com. And we'll send it to break here and come back with the recap of our 5-1 Northern Cass victory here on your live events right after this.
And on the road, Petro Stopping Center in Fargo has got your back with an impressive lineup of goodies, including Popeye's Chicken, Charlie's Cheesesteaks, Cinnabon, Papa John's, and a mouth-watering full-sized restaurant, the Dolly Down Grill. You'll be spoiled for choice. Whether you're a quick pit stopper or looking to settle in for a while, Petro Stopping Center's Fargo location has got you covered 24/7 every day of the week. Cruise on over to their spot just off 45th Street and I-94 and indulge in a feast fit for the road warrior in you.
And just wrapping things up here now on our Petro Stopping Center postgame show. We'll go over the scoring recap for you here and some of the highlights from this one in Northern Cass's 5-1 victory over Kindred in our first game of the doubleheader that we expect to get beginning the second game underway in about 15-ish minutes here from Kindred. But starting things off in the first inning, Sam Clement, an RBI single with 2 outs to right field, got the scoring started. And then fast forward to the top of the 3rd, Trey Huzar doing himself a favor as he homers thanks to the wind out to right field. That one just kept carrying and carrying until it got out just by a couple feet to put himself and the Jaguars up 3-0. Then it was Cody Wadeson in the 4th with an RBI single, and then Carter Wadeson in the 6th an RBI single to make it 5-0 in favor of Northern Cass. And then bottom of the 7th, it was Kylan Swenson with an RBI groundout for Kindred, but it just wasn't enough to mount a comeback all the way in this one. 5-1 is your final. Chris Hoyland, the best hitter all around for the game, with Northern Cass's shortstop Hoyland going 4 for 4 from the plate with the double in the first inning and 3 singles throughout. And that'll be about it here for our Petro Stopping Center postgame show. We'll be coming back for Game 2 of our doubleheader in just a few moments. But for now, for Chase Miller, I'm Josh Boyko signing off from Kindred.
And welcome to game number 2 of our Twin Bill here today. For those of you who are just joining us, Northern Cass able to defeat the Kindred-Richland Vikings earlier 5-1. And in doing so, this game becomes all the more enticing with the region standings. Northern Cass at 7-2, Kindred-Richland at 6-1. Northern Cass will be the home team this time on our Bank North scoreboard. Kindred-Richland will be the visitors. I'm Chase Miller alongside Josh Boyko. Welcome to our abbreviated pregame show brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. Get the insurance protection you want with the customer service that you deserve. Go to IrieInsurance.com to get a free quote started today. The managers and Scott Milbrandt and Sam Johnson exchanging line cards here for game number 2. Pat Adair will be calling balls and strikes, and Chris Larson will be in the field. We'll take a quick break. Back after this with the starting lineups and the opening pitch from Kindred.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and RJBroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and RJBroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. This spring has been a trying time, and we may feel everything is out of our control. Please remember to slow down and stay safe this spring. Come home to your families each and every night. Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
I'm Chase Miller alongside Josh Boyko. Again, welcome to our abbreviated Irie Insurance pregame show as we get you set for game number 2 today here in Kindred on YourLiveEvent.com. YourLiveEvent.com, your home of the Region 1, Region 2, and Region 3 baseball tournaments here this season. Northern Cass in their black uniforms with the gold numerals and lettering across. Here in the numerals are in white, that is, the lettering in gold. While for the Kindred-Richland Vikings out in their blue tops with the white numerals and lettering with the white pants. The Northern Cass Jaguars now 11-7 on the season, 7-2 in Region 1 play. While for the Vikings of Kindred-Richland at 9-4 on the season and 6-1 in Region 1 play. For the Vikings, they'll go like this. Kylan Swenson batting leadoff in center field. Stanley Belaski will be batting second in right. Jack Wold, the shortstop, batting third, followed by Bryce Whipple, the cleanup batter, batting the catcher here today. Luke Starcevic, the designated hitter, fifth. Grant Spellhog, the third baseman, batting sixth, with Andy Trom, the second baseman, seventh. Owen Hoyme will be on the bump and batting eighth. Jack McDonald in left field, batting ninth, and then playing first base. Not in the lineup in terms of batting, but in terms of fielding is Carson Andel here for the Vikings. So again, Swenson, Belaski, Wold, Whipple, Starcevic, Spellhog, Trom, Hoyme, McDonald, and Andel playing first base here for the Kindred-Richland Vikings. It's the Vikings and the Jags. That does it for our abbreviated pregame show, again brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. For more information, go to IrieInsurance.com. So for the win here for these two respective clubs, with what's going on as well throughout the week, we will have the Kindred-Richland Vikings and the Central Cass Squirrels game on Friday here on YourLiveEvent.com. For the Kindred-Richland Vikings, able to defeat the Central Cass Squirrels earlier this season, they would like to at least bare minimum stay both at one loss going into that one. Chase Miller, Josh Boyko with you as we get you slated to go for game number 2. Opening pitch on the way at 6:43 by Matthew Metzger. Swung on a miss by Swenson, and game number 2 is officially underway. Westland in left with Huzar in center and Hanson in right. This one will be coming up. And that will be 0-2 on the way to Kylan Swenson, with Belaski again batting second. This one, strike 3 looking. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and Metzger gets the opening out here of the first inning. Hoppy going to be playing third here with Hoyland at short, OC at second, and Clement at first base. Carter Waitson behind the plate. Metzger right-handed deliver, check swing in there for a strike. 4 pitches, all via the strike so far, and a good start here for Metzger on the bump. The 0-1 offering That'll miss for a ball, now 1-1. Minnesota Twins back in action as Jorge Polanco comes back to Target Field. First of a 4-game set after their 12-game winning streak was snapped yesterday. The Red Sox, as this one is fouled back at 1-2. Also a reminder on your calendars, the Region 1 play-in game begins already on Tuesday of next week, just 8 days from now. The 1-2 pitch. This one is going to be hit on the ground past the pitcher. Here comes Hoyland at short fields. Oh, what a throw in time to retire Belaski. That was a difficult play by Hoyland. Good stretch by Clemens. 6-3 on the slow grounder, and there's 2 down here in the bottom. Make it the top of the first inning. Really nice play on the way again by the shortstop Hoyland, able to corral that one come across, and that'll bring up Jack Wolf now, the shortstop, with 2 down here in the inning. This one will be in there for a strike now at 0-1 to Jack Wolf. Vikings held to just 1 run, thanks in part to 13 strikeouts from Trey Huzar in the first part of the Twin Bill, and Metzger trying to take that with him to game number 2 here. The righty delivers the 0-2. This one will be missing in the dirt. That will be 1-2. Bryce Whipple due up next if Jack Wold can find a way to climb aboard. 11th pitch of the inning for Metzger. This one is hit right up to the second baseman. Blocked there by Osi. Gets dirty, fires to Clement, and the middle of the infield gets 2 well-deserved outs to retire the Vikings. 3 up, 3 down here in the top of the first inning. On our Bank North scoreboard, it's the Vikings scoreless. The Jags coming to the plate here on your LiveEvent.com.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
On our Bank North scoreboard, at Bank North, they take community to heart, helping customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities that they serve. They're more than just a bank, they're a community partner. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender. So a 3 up, 3 down inning in the top half of the first as we go to the bottom of the first inning. As now for Northern Cass, their lineup will roll like this. Jacob Osi batting leadoff, playing second. Chris Hoyland batting second, playing short. Trey Huzar in center field here batting third. Carter Waits in behind the plate batting cleanup with Sam Clement, the first baseman, batting fifth. Matthew Hoppy batting sixth at third. And then from there you have Carter Westland batting seventh and left. Matthew Metzger, the pitcher, batting eighth, as this one is hit right up the middle. The shortstop and Wold comes across, flips it to Andel. 6-3 on the putout. 1 pitch, 1 down here for Hoyme on the bump for the Vikings. As Chris Hoyland will come up here again for Northern Cass. So Westland 7th, Metzger 8th, Colin Mitzel the designated hitter, and then playing right field will be Gage Hansen for Northern Cass. Owen Hoyme with Whipple behind the plate. The lefty, Chris Hoyland, was a menace against the Vikings in game number 1. First pitch, this one will miss low. Now 1-0. McDonald in left field with Swenson in center and Belaski in right. For the Vikings, from first to third is Andel, Trum at second. We mentioned Wold and Spellhog at third. This one will be in there for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good off-speed pitch by Hoyme there to even up the count. The righty gets the ball quickly on the mound. That one will be missing. Now 2-1. Pat Adair calling balls and strikes. Chris Larson in the field for part of our umpiring crew here for this contest. The 2-1 pitch in there for a strike. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You mentioned Hoyland being a menace so far. He's batting 1,000 days, 4 for 4 the afternoon.
A 2-2 pitch, breaking ball nearly looking for the outside corner, 3-2. Got the double, earned singles, able to get it to left center field a couple of times in game number 1. 3-2 pitch, strike 3 looking, and that's the second out here for Hoyme. 2 down now here in the bottom of the first inning. Good looking pitch by Hoyme on the bump.
Yeah, that was top third of the zone right there, and wasn't really in the wheelhouse of what Hoyland was looking for. He's been a low ball hitter so far today. Kind of changed up the look on him.
As now you have the lefty Trey Huszar hit a round tripper earlier today in right field, and, well, Old Faithful is still blowing pretty good to right center, right field. Here now it's 0-1. Ninth pitch here for Hoyme of the inning. That'll miss outside for a ball. 1 strike. Minnesota Timberwolves also back in action, trying to go up 2-0 on the defending champs and the Denver Nuggets later tonight. A 1-1 pitch missing outside, now 2-1.
You mentioned the Twins earlier with that 12-game winning streak and the Wolves. It's been a week, the last 2 weeks in Minnesota sports has been quite like none other.
2-1 pitch, a slice foul, will be 2-2, and we will be here tomorrow in Kindred for the Kindred-Richland Vikings softball team squaring off with the Central Cass Squirrels, barring Mother Nature here over the overnight hours and into tomorrow. The 2-2, this one fouled back, and yeah, fun time to be a Minnesota professional sports fan. If you count the soccer team with the Minnesota United, they went about 2 weeks without having a loss between those 3 professional sports. And then you had the NFL draft, which for some Vikings fans, that was exciting to see potentially the quarterback of the future get a defensive edge rusher as well. So fun time here once you get to the month of May. 2 balls, 2 strikes as Hoyme with a 2-2. That'll be in the dirt. Good job by Huszar. Back-to-back batters here for Northern Cass after a 1-pitch, 1-out swing by Osi. Hoyland worked the count full, struck out looking, and now we'll see what Huszar does. 15th pitch of the at-bat. This one is fouled off, and Huszar's right now has Hoyme timed up pretty good, fouling off these pitches. Josh a little late, but regardless, working that pitch count early in the first inning.
Yeah, he's got some good bat-to-ball skills, been able to just stick around here, and he's got another payoff pitch coming.
The 3-2. That'll miss low. First batter of the game for either club, and there's a 1-out walk here, a 2-out walk, that is, for Northern Cass as Carter waits, and the catcher batting cleanup digs in.
Yeah, that's a really nice at-bat there from Huszar, and we saw that from him in Game 1 as he got that homer to right field. He's a solid hitter. He's hitting third for a reason, but he falls behind in that count, and he's able to battle back into it and draw the base on balls.
And for Sam Johnson, too, we'll see what he does with 2 outs here, trying to see if maybe Huszar might leave early from first, as stepping off will be Hoyme here if we had a time called at home plate. It was about 70 degrees when we got here earlier today, just a little bit above it. Slowly but surely cooling off as the night has continued. This one is a 2-grounder that goes under the glove of Hoyme. Here's Spellhog, not in time. The runner, Huszar, making his way to third, and he will get there. So Andel's not going to throw it to the shortstop, Wold, who was covering. Instead, it's going to be an infield base knock here, and there'll be runners at the corners with 2 outs. An old C&I single that doesn't go more than about 45 to 50 feet, as we will have a courtesy runner coming on as Waitson will check out. And for Northern Cass, their courtesy runner here will be Parker Anderson, the sophomore.
Yeah, that's one at third base that you might just want to eat right there and not force that throw over to first. Low percentage chance of getting the runner out. And now you got runners at the corners as Huszar is able to advance all the way to third.
Sam Clement takes a strike in there now, 0-1. Clement had a pretty nice day at the plate for game number 1, able to get aboard early here. And the top of the lineup was where Northern Cass did a lot of the work in terms of their 5 runs. But Clement had a couple nice at-bats in game number 1, too.
Yeah, and that included the first run of the ball game. It was a clutch 2-out single that he was able to hit opposite field. Runner was going on that pitch as it's fouled off.
So now 0-2 as Anderson will have to reset. Pitch number 20 upcoming here for Hoyme. And this is what Northern Cass was able to do against Wold early in game number 1 as well. Take some pitches against the starting pitcher here. Wold did use all 120 pitches in that first game before Johnson came on in relief and pitched awfully well in relief for those couple of outs. Runner at third is Huzar. Anderson takes his lead off of first. The 0-2. This will go all the way to the backstop. Huzar coming in, and he will slide in safely here, and it's 2-0. Make that 1-0 here for Northern Cass. Anderson will take second. And for Sam Clement, he'll work with a 1-0 count after that wild pitch. Huzar comes in to score here in the bottom of the first. And for Northern Cass, just like they did in game number 1, they get ahead here in game number 2 as well first. This one is fouled over the press box, and we'll keep it at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, Kindred-Richland and Northern Cass were scheduled to play a game earlier at the Interland Baseball Jamboree. That one got washed out from a game earlier in the month of April that was supposed to be played in Arthur. This one will be a slow grounder, and able to field it 3 and assisted cleanly to retire the side. But a run does come across on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. 1 complete on our Bank North scoreboard. It's the Vikings of Kindred-Richland 1, the Jaguars of Northern Cass scoreless. Northern Cass it is 1-0 here on yourliveevent.com.
To Watts Ace Hardware in Castleton and gear up with name brands from Steel, Milwaukee, Ego, and Craftsman Power Tools. Plus, Watts Ace Hardware has a key cutting and paint mixing section for your own do-it-yourself projects. From their grill selection with Traeger, Blackstone, Weber, and the Big Green Egg to their customer laser engraving center, Watts Ace Hardware is a place you need to check out. Stop in at 1610 Governor's Drive in Castleton for Watts Ace Hardware.
We've got your back. Protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, personal protections, and so much more. Our surface agents answer the phone with a kind of speed and detail that even the Secret Service would envy. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
And on our Bank North scoreboard, Northern Cass with the 1-0 advantage over the Kindred-Richland Vikings. The Vikings 4, 5, and 6 batters with Whipple, Starcevic, and Spellhog due up here against Matt Metzger. Matthew able to get a strikeout looking, then a pair of grounders to Hoyland and Osi as the lights are officially on here in Kindred. The pitch. It'll be in there for a strike. Whipple falls behind the count. And Metzger wastes very little time, looks into Carter Wadeson, fires, and in there for strike number 2.
Metzger's been very aggressive attacking the zone early to these Kindred-Richland hitters.
The 0-2 pitch. That'll miss inside for a ball, now 1-2. Metzger was able to have a nice tidy first inning. Here in the second, gets his second strikeout. 4th pitch to Whipple. Second strikeout, and Luke Starcevic comes up, and so far we have yet to see a 2-ball count as well for the first 4 batters, as Metzger's doing a good job getting locked in early here against the Vikings.
And doing it efficiently. 15 pitches, got 4 outs. That's a good ratio right there.
The pitch. This one is going to be hit on the ground up, and Hoyland is there at short. Does a good job going to second, taking that momentum with him. That'll be 6-3-1 pitch. 2 outs now here in the second. We've seen Hoyland flash the leather both in the first and the second.
Yeah, definitely a good glove right there that we've seen from Hoyland. He's a really valuable player, guy that's basically hitting 1,000 and then doing that in the field.
Yeah, from what Hoyland was able to do earlier today, this is an inside-out swing. Goes in one hopper in front of Hansen. So for the Vikings, they get their first base knock in the contest, and their first runner on base is now Andy Traum will do up. And to what Josh was saying earlier, not from this season, but today he was, perfect in game number 1 before striking out earlier. Here in game number 2, regardless, Hoyland has put his thumbprints on these particular contests today. This one is smothered by Carter Waits and up the third baseline. That'll keep Spellhog close at first. So for Northern Cass, the junior Metzger works from the stretch as Clement holds Spellhog on at first. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Now 1-1. For Northern Cass, they will have the middle part to the bottom of their lineup, the 6, 7, and 8 batters with Matthew Hoppe due up in the bottom of the second. This one misses low, now 2-1. A 2-1 offering from Metzger. Swung on and missed, now 2-2. Northern Cass up next with games with the Grovers, and then next week a contest with the Tornadoes of Oaks on Monday. There's the 2-2 pitch. That'll miss. First 3-ball count that we'll see from a Viking batter against Metzger. For the Vikings, contest with Oaks on Thursday. Then we'll have their game at Castleton against Central Cass on Friday here on yourliveevent.com. Spellhog will leave early from first, and this will miss, and it'll be a nice at-bat for Trom. Works the count full, gets the first walk against Metzger. Now runners at first and second with 2 outs. As Hoime is due up with runners at first and second. Metzger looks back, the runner at second. The pitch swung on and missed. Hoime, the pitcher, trying to keep the line going here with 2 outs in the top of the second inning. This one foul, now falling behind the count at 0-2. Region 1 baseball tournament will make its way to Castleton on Thursday and Friday. The last couple of years, it's been Region 1 baseball mecca has been Enderlin, just with the rain and how everything's came through to go to Hendrickson Field. The 0-2 breaking ball got him looking, and Hoime is retired on 3 pitches. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 runners left. We played an inning and a half on our Bank North scoreboard. The Vikings scoreless. Northern Cass coming to bat up by 1.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 109 Main Street in Hunter.
Chase Miller, Josh Boyko with you here. Bottom of the second inning we go with Matthew Hoppe, Carter Westland, and Matthew Metzger due up here against Owen Hoime in this contest. As the Vikings and the Jags tangle here for game number 2. Game number 1, if you're just joining us, a 5-1 win for Northern Cass. They get 11 hits in the contest. Kindred-Richland held to 2 over 7 innings, thanks in large part to what Trey Huzar was able to do. A little 7th inning rally where the Vikings were able to muster across 1-1. Comes a little bit short. And here so far, bottom of the second inning, we'll see what Hoime's able to do here through the bottom part of the lineup against Northern Cass. Hoppe takes one low for a ball for the third baseman. And you have the left fielder and the pitcher coming up here for the Jakes. Hoime, the righty on the mound, with Spellhog playing even with the bag at third. This one will be pumped in there for a strike at 1-1. Crazy to think what the early month of April looked like with 60 and 70 degree temperature. The 1-1 pitch in there for a strike at 1-2. Felt like maybe you might get the first time in a while get a full spring in. Best spring that we've had, ironically, was COVID year in 2020. Then we've had snow, some more snow, some rain, and some more snow. And we're kind of right back where we've been the last couple of seasons, trying to get all the region contests in before that region tournament. The 2-2 swung on and missed, and Hoime gets his second strikeout. That's Carter Westland, the left fielder, digs in. Nice breaking ball, fastball connection so far for Hoime here. Josh, able to locate both of those pitches early on.
Yeah, command has been definitely there for Hoime so far.
First pitch swinging. This one's a grounder. Hoyme will take it. We'll give a little flip to Andel. That'll be 1-3 on the put-out. 1 pitch, 1 down, and 2 down here. Just like we saw in the first inning. OC with a grounder. Hoyland with a strikeout looking, and then Northern Cass was able to get a walk, a single, and get aboard with Trey Huzar as well, and came in to score on a wild pitch, all with 2 outs. We'll see what Hoyme does this time. First pitch will miss outside. So Westland is retired. Metzger works ahead in the count 1-0 against Hoyme here. Pitcher versus pitcher. That'll be in there for a strike now at 1-1. Righty-righty matchup here. Hoyme swung on and missed, now 1-2. Also state track and field in North Dakota a couple weeks away in the state baseball softball tournament for Class B in the Buffalo City as the 1-2 pitch, and Hoyme gets a 3-up, 3-down inning with 2 strikeouts. So 2 complete on our Bank North scoreboard here in Kindred in our second contest today between the Jags and the Vikings. It's Northern Cass 1, the Vikings scoreless. Kindred-Richland coming to the plate.
It's the most prestigious, challenging rewarding tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The world of outlaws, King's Late Models.
I'm Madden Scunbury. I'm confident on the field, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
I'm Tylee Johnson. I'm confident in the arena. And when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
Top of the third inning we go here. Northern Cass with a 1-0 advantage over the Vikings of Kindred-Richland, as the Vikings will be sending 9, 1, and 2 batters with McDonald, Swenson, and Belaski to the plate here. So far, the 1 run scored by Huzar, again with that wild pitch coming in the bottom of the first inning. Again, the state baseball tournament about as early as you can get on the calendar. May the 30th and 31st, and then June the 1st is the final day. Class B this season at Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. Softball also in Jamestown for Class B, as they've done for about the last 5 to 6 years now. A will be out in Dickinson. Metzger's pitch. This one is grounded. Going to be a difficult play. Barehanded by the pitcher. Oh, what a play by Metzger. Metzger barehands it and retires McDonald. 1-3 on the putout. We've seen some good glove work by Hoyland, OC, and now Metzger here so far in this contest, Josh.
I mean, that's why you do PFP right there, pitcher's fielding practice right there. That is some stellar glove work, and I mean, not even glove work, it's a bare hand.
Swenson first pitch swinging. This one's popped up down the third base line. The wind's going to keep it from going out of play into play, and Hoppy's there. 2 pitches and 2 down here in the top of the third inning.
Yeah, that's one that's pretty easy to overrun right there when the wind is blowing it back into play, and you're used to that thing carrying over towards the yellow foul line. But a nice play staying with it with Hoppy.
And now Belaski comes up 0 for 1 on the game with a ground out to Hoyland at short earlier in the first. Metzger looks into Carter Waits, and 2 down here on the pitch. First pitch swinging again. This could be a potential 3-pitch, 3-out inning. You got to play the win. Huzar loses the hat, but he gloves it nicely, and there'll be 3 pitches for 3 outs here in the third inning. 3 pitches, 3 outs. It's what you like from a pitching standpoint. Metzger 3 complete, 1 hit, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts as Northern Cass comes to the plate.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll have coverage of the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 3rd and 4th.
Closey with the 0-2 pitch.
The Optimist Volleyball Series on June 10th and 11th.
Right corner, West is there for the dig. Backs at Bogenry for another kill.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 15th and 16th.
Really nice quality second half. Goes off the backboard for the duck to Carson Yale.
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
Bottom of the third inning, Northern Cass, Kindred-Richland, game that was made up from middle of April when they were supposed to play up at Northern Cass, and then they try to get the contest in Enderlin, part of the Enderlin Jamboree, but that Enderlin Baseball Jamboree went to about 14 games to 12 games to 7 to 5 to none, just with the weather and how teams are trying to figure out their spring schedules. First pitch in there for a strike against Mitzel here. Mitzel, OC, and Hoyland do up. Collins sees this one missing for a ball. Colin Mitchell, that is, the freshman. Mitchell now 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. This one is foul back now 1-2. Almy has pitched just as well as Metzger has, if you will. Just that first inning with that wild pitch is kind of the one that's haunted him so far. But both pitchers have done fairly nice as we get to the midway point of this game. I will miss just outside for a ball, now 2-2.
He's now officially throwing more pitches in this at-bat than the last inning for Metzger.
This will be pitch number 37. This one is going to be hit on the ground, barehanded, and Hoyme says, Metzger, if you can do that, I can do that as well. 1-3 on the putout. First time through the lineup here for Northern Cass. They get a walk, a single, and then 3 strikeouts and a handful of grounders.
I mean, did you have on your bingo card a three pitch inning and back-to-back half innings with barehanded plays by the opposing pitcher?
This one going to be one hop, a little snow cone there by Spellhog across the diamond. He's flashing the leather. 5-3 on the putout. They don't call it the hot box for nothing. 2 down here in the bottom of the third. So far, the infield for both Northern Cass and Kindred-Richland getting some work in here in the first part of the contest. As Chris Hoyland struck out looking after working the count full on the first, he'll take a breaking ball for a ball and works ahead in the count.
Yeah, infield has been kept busy, so the pitchers can't be sleeping there. A lot of ground balls so far in the first 2 innings.
First pitch, I don't miss for a ball as well. Now 2-0 in a contest. That's nearing the half-hour mark. The 2-0 pitch swung on and missed by Hoyland at 2-1. If Hoyland's able to get on base, it'll be the center fielder in this game, Trey Huzard, due up next. The 2-1 offering. That'll miss for a ball at 3-1. Well, for the Vikings, when they come up in the top of the fourth, it'll be the heart of their lineup in 3, 4, and 5 with Wold leading it off. 3 balls, 1 strike here for Owen Hoyme. The pitch swung on and miss. Hoyland for the second time will have a full count against Hoyme. Hoyme looks into Whipple behind the plate. The 3-2 offering on the way. That'll miss for a ball, and Hoyland this time works the count full and earns the second free pass against Hoyme, and there's a runner on first with Trey Huzar with a walk and a run scored coming up.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Huzar was the other guy with the base on balls in his first at-bat, and both of those at-bats, the hitters were able to battle back from down in the count and recover to get on base.
Andel holding the runner and Hoyland on first as the pitch comes. This one will get all the way to the backstop. Making his way to second base will be Hoyland. He rounds second, will stay there. And it'll be a 1-0 count to Trey Huzar. So second wild pitch that we've seen from Hoyme. And this one will allow the runner to scamper into scoring position as the left fielder is pretty much playing almost in center, but left center field here. And then with that, they will intentionally walk Trey Huzar, take the bat out of his opportunity here as Trey Huzar for the second time this afternoon into the early evening will get an intentional walk.
A dangerous hitter, has the lone home run in this afternoon's 2 games.
as we start getting some rain droplets making its way through for the second time. As these rain droplets are coming down here in Kindred, this one will run in. Did it hit him? Almost hit him. That would be 1-0. So we had a little brief rain shower in game number 1 at about this time, so why not in game number 2? Here's the 1-0 pitch. This one will miss now at 2-0. 2 balls, 2 strikes. As we got some rain coming into the press box here. 2 outs with runners at first and second. The 2-0 pitch swung on and missed as it's now 2-1. Here's the 2-1 offering. This one in there for a strike. They got the runner potentially in a pickle. They'll go back, and this one coming in will be Chris Hoyland. Hoyland took a couple of big steps from second to third, and all of a sudden, for a second, you were wondering if Whipple was going to go third to Spellhog or go back. He was able to move the runner back to second and nearly gunned him down. Instead, gunning back is Hoyland here as he's able to get to second base. Runner at first against Trey Huzar, and the brief little rain shower made its way through. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2 runners on. Deuce is wild here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. The pitch to Waitson. This one will miss, skip by and through the glove of Whipple on the pass ball. Now runners will scamper 90 feet up, and it'll be 3-2. So for Carter Waitson, a single, then he was courtesy run for Anderson in the first. A chance to get one in the outfield here and possibly get a crooked number up on the board where Hoyme is 1 pitch away from getting to the 4th inning. The 3-2. This one is going to be hit on the ground to the second baseman, Traum. Gloves it, fires to Andel to retire the side, 4-3 on the putout. There were no runs on no hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. 3 complete here in Kindred. It's 1-0 Northern Cass on your liveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
Together. Bank North. Always true.
High school baseball today here on your liveevent.com. Chase Miller alongside with Josh Boyko with you here. As so far we've seen some really good infield work. We've seen 2 pitchers in Metzger and alongside with Hoyme hitting the strike zone. Not a lot has been hit out to the outfield here, Josh. And so far a pitcher's duel where we just have 2 hits combined through 3 innings as we go to the top of the 4th inning.
Yeah, both pitchers have been doing a good job keeping it in the strike zone, and they're keeping it low to the point where these hitters are just chopping it into the ground, and it's getting hard to get some lift off. And that's just keeping things on the infield and keeping the infield busy, and they're doing their job so far.
Taking a look at the radar, there is some rain showers out there, particularly in Wahpeton, some yellow, and then you take a look more towards the Castleton and Valley City area, some rain on I-94, and there is a potential another shower coming through Kindred here in the next few minutes. We'll hope it splits the ballpark, and let's continue to get baseball going here as Jack Wold takes a strike, 0 for 1 on the day with a grounder. Hits one on the ground down the third baseline. That's a fair ball. Wold's going to round first. Westland gets on his horse, going to get there barehanded. Here's the throw to second, and Wold, as he slides, he hits the baseball on his cleats to go straight up in the air. It's a leadoff double for the shortstop, and Jack Wold gets in scoring position. So Wold comes through there, and it hit his cleats perfectly as he looked to slide, maybe even hit the bag. Regardless, it went straight up in the air, and for Wold, he will be able to get to second base. As we now will have Bryce Whipple, as it still continues to sprinkle and rain a little bit here in Kindred. So runner in scoring position now as Whipple, then Starcevic due up next for the Vikings. As Ossie and Hoyland will try to keep Wold as close as they can to second. First pitch swinging, this one foul. Back now at 0-1. And here's the dilemma with the spring sports season. Last couple of years, we had to play in a snowbank in left center field in Enderlin, for crying out loud. And through the Enderlin Baseball Jamboree, here's the 0-1. In there for a strike at 0-2. It's like a roller coaster. Just not sure week to week, day to day, what you're going to find ways to get games in. The 0-2 pitch as Metzger looks in. Breaking ball is slashed right up the middle under the glove of Ossie into center field. Huzar comes in, able to get there and throw an absolute rope to Wadeson. Runners will be at the corners after back-to-back base knocks by Wold and Whipple. And the Vikings have something brewing here as Whipple will come out for a courtesy run. And the Vikings will come on here with Graham Heese. As Hess will come on here and courtesy run at first. But you're not going to take the arm of Trey Huzar at all. A pitcher, Jocelyn, also as a catcher. That was center fielder. That was an absolute rope to the catcher.
Yeah, that's an impressive play right there. I mean, you wouldn't think he just threw 100-some pitches minutes ago. That's a solid outing on the mound, and then absolute seed from center field right to the catcher.
Starcevic fouls one up the first base line, will be behind the count. And for the first time today, Metzger really has to contend with some base runners. He did so in the second, but that was with 2 outs with runners at first and second. Here it's with no outs here for the Vikings. Here's the quick pick, trying to see if they could get him leaning a little bit there, but sliding back nicely is Graham. Graham maybe was leaning a little bit. Metzger trying to see if he can get a easy out at first, with the freshman courtesy running here. At third base, you got Wold. And for Starcevic, the 0-1 pitch on the way. This one will come up, miss, now 1-1. And for the second time today, we're trying to see the sun maybe make its way through. We saw it a little bit ever so briefly in game 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. Runners at first and third here in our second of 2 today in Kindred. Is calling time as Metzger as he wants to talk it over with Carter Wadeson. Perfect time for our in-game update, brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing their heritage and their future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. Go to dhbanknd.com. The lone run so far, Trey Huzar back in the first inning. Bottom of the first, scored on a wild pitch. That's been the only run so far through the 3 complete into the 4th inning. Vikings looking to change that here with no outs in the 4th as Metzger making his long cat and mouse game here with Starcevic, and we get a time at home plate. Metzger looks back in, takes a look at the runners. The 1-1. Runner goes from first. Here's breaking ball. This will come across. They'll pick it in front of second, and getting into second base will be Graham. So Hess gets into scoring position now with runners at second and third. 1-2 pitch coming to Starcevic. Infielders will come in now for the Jags. The 1-2. This one will be smothered in the dirt by Wadeson. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So a 3-up, 3-down first. Then a single and a walk in the second with 2 outs, and a 3-up, 3-down third. And now Metzger's in his biggest pickle of the late afternoon, early evening. 2-2 pitch, strike 3 looking, and Metzger gets punch out number 4.
That's a big response right there with runners in scoring position, not allowing them to get across just yet. And that's a big out, not allowing them to even put the ball in play for a productive out.
As the senior Grant Spellhog will come on here with runners in scoring position for the starting third baseman. Nearly got a double play in the field in game number 1 on a line drive that was hit right to him at third. The pitch to Grant Swung on and missed. Now 0-1.
The infield playing in right now is allowing a massive secondary lead off of second base right now for the trail runner.
Yeah, Hess is nearly a third of the way by the time the pitch gets thrown to home plate. Metzger looks. This one will get by the catcher, the runner from third base, and Wold coming in, slides in safely, and we're knotted at 1 apiece. Jack Wolf comes in to score, and for the first time this afternoon, we're tied in Kindred. So here in the top of the 4th inning, it'll be a wild pitch as Hess will make his way to third base. 1 ball, 1 strike to Grant now. So the Vikings get 1 run. Now they would like to take the lead that's 90 feet away with Graham Hess. We'll see what Metzger throws here, the 1-1. That'll be in there for a strike at 1 and 2. Andy Traum due up next. Vikings scored 1 run in the first game, able to get 1 here in the top of the 4th. Infielders still playing in. The 1-2 pitch. That'll miss. Now 2 and 2. Spellhog trying to flip one out in the outfield here against Metzger. The 2-2 pitch, well, there's going to get flipped in the outfield. That's hit down the right field line, and that's going to be a fair ball. Spellhog rounds first, on his way to second. Hanson with the relay. Spellhog going to get in with a stand-up double. It's an RBI variety, and for the first time this afternoon, the Vikings have a lead. Spellhog with the RBI double here in the top of the 4th inning. It's now 2-1 in favor of the Vikings. Hess comes in to score. Wold came in to score on the wild pitch. And so far, the middle part of this lineup, 2 doubles, a single, a stolen base. Able to get to Metzger the second time through. First pitch swinging is Andy Traum, who walked after working the count full back in the 2nd inning. So Spellhog now at second base. Metzger looks back the runner, the 0-1. In there for a strike, now 0-2. Chris Larson in the infield. Pat Adair calling balls and strikes for game number 2 today here in Kindred. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way for Metzger. This one will run up, now 1-2. Started off with a Wold double down the third base line, and Whipple was able to get a single, followed by a strikeout with Starcevic looking, but then that double by Spellhog. 1-2 pitch, strikeout looking. Metzger gets his 5th strikeout of the evening. But for the Vikings so far, 2 runs across and possibly 3, barring what Owen Hoymie's able to do here. Nice piece of hitting that we saw, Josh. And going back to that Spellhog double, about 5-10 feet away from that ball, maybe going foul, but he got all of that one.
Yeah, that was absolutely barreled up, and he got it in a good spot down the line, and he's able to run for a while and easily score his teammate.
Pitch number 50 of the contest coming here for Metzger. Batter number 6 of the inning here for the Vikings. Having a chance to go on the pick play. OC was able to get there. That would have been close if OC was able to glove it cleanly, as he was pretty much right at the ankle of Spellhog, trying to get him down. And instead, Metzger will look back in. The 0-1. That'll miss outside for a ball. It'll be 1 ball and 1 strike, and it won't be too long until Legion Baseball makes its way and a return in the upper Midwest as well. 1 ball, 1 strike. Metzger looks back the runner. This one swung on. Now it's going to be 1-2. For Northern Cass, bottom half of the 4th inning, they will have Clement, Hoppy, and Westland, 5, 6, and 7 batters due up in the bottom half of the 4th. The 1-2. Swung on, foul tipped in the glove of Waitson to retire the side. Metzger strikes out the side, but he does give up 2 runs on 3 hits. There were no errors and a runner left on base. 3.5 complete from Kindred. The Vikings have a 2-1 lead on our Bank North scoreboard.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Bottom of the fourth inning, we go on our Bank North scoreboard. Clement, Hoppy, and Metzger on to go up against Owen Hoyme. Hoyme so far for the Vikings has thrown 51 pitches through 3 innings of work. He has given up just the one hit, that one hit back in the first inning, a single to Wadeson. Has 3 walks and 3 strikeouts as well. One of those walks via the intentional walk to Trey Huzar, as this one will miss for a ball to Sam Clement. 3 strikeouts, 1 in the first, 1 in the set, make it 2 in the second and 0 in the third. This one will miss low for a ball, now 2-0 to Clement. So for Owen Hoyme, gets back on the bump, looks in. The 2-0. That'll miss for a ball, now 3-0. I've seen a couple of 3-ball counts, but that was to Hoyland and Huzar earlier here this afternoon, and then Dakota Wadeson, the last man up, who grounded out to the second baseman in Trom to end the threat in the third. 3-0. Taking all the way is Sam, as he will take a strike, now 3-1. More high school baseball and softball coverage, and also track and field coverage coming up later this week here on YourLiveEvent.com. Will be in ADA 3 consecutive weeks for the ADA Invite, the conference and the subsection tournament in Minnesota. And in just a few short weeks, we'll be in Hillsboro for the Northeast Regional track and field meet, also on Your Live Event. 3-1, fouled into the netting, now 3-2. Also, YourLiveEvent.com, the Region 1 and Region 2 softball tournaments, just like the baseball tournaments. This year's softball tournament will be in Hankinson. The 3-2 pitch from Hoyme. This one's going to be hit in the air to center. Swenson gets on his high horse to right center field, dives out and can't make the catch. Clement rounds first, on his way to second, backing it up is Boloski, and it's a leadoff double here for Clement and the Jags. Well, Swenson gave it everything and some, as when he dove for the baseball in right center field, that was maybe half a foot, if that, out in front of the outstretched glove, and it's a leadoff double here for the Vikings. As Hoppy struck out his last time up to start the second, let's see what kind of play Sam Johnson wants to put up here with the Jags down by 1 here in the bottom of the fourth on our Bank North scoreboard. The pitch, that'll miss for a ball at 1-0. 52 pitches for Metzger through 4 innings of work. Now Hoyme, this will be pitch number 59 here for the Vikings. Looking to bunt, taking it. The throw down to second, sliding back safely is Clement after Whipple threw it to Wold. This will be a strike at 1-1. Spellhog at third with Andel at first, playing in on the grass, and Trom at second. McDonald in left. We mentioned Swenson in center and Boloski in right here for the Vikings. Whipple behind the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs, with a runner at second here in Clement in the fourth. The 1-1. That'll miss for a ball, now 2-1. Minnesota Twins in action against the Seattle Mariners at Target Field. So far been a pitcher's duel there at Target Field. Very reminiscent to this one here in Kindred. Scoreless so far, middle part between the Mariners and the Twins. The 2-1, this one is bunted right back to the pitcher. Covering first base is Trom. That'll go 1-4 on the put-up, but it's a sacrifice regardless on the sac bunt for Hoppy. He does his job, moves the runner up 90 feet. And there's now 1 down as Metzger will dig in. As Westland will dig in here for Northern Cass. So Kindred-Richland will Have the infielders in, trying to take away the run if it is hit on the ground in front of them. At third base and Clement. Carter Westland, the left fielder, looking for the squeeze, executes it perfectly. Spellhawk goes to first, but an executed suicide squeeze as Westland able to bring in the runner Clement, and we're knotted at 2.
That's not a play you see put on every day. But a suicide squeeze executed incredibly well right there. Got the bunt down in a good spot.
So second run to come in. That's 2 down as Metzger will come up, and a perfectly executed play. Got to put that one in play or at least get something on it to hit it foul if you're Westland there. And he did a really nice job. Josh Spellhog really had nowhere to go on that one outside of going to first. This one in there for a strike. Now will be 1 ball and 1 strike to Metzger here with nobody on and 2 out in the bottom of the 4th inning. That one misses outside for a ball. Or in there as Westland again here in the bottom of the 4th. Able to tie that one up on a squeeze play. This one will miss. Metzger struck out, swinging his last time up in the second, part of back-to-back strikeouts, or part of 2 strikeouts in the inning for Hoyme. This one, that'll be foul tipped in the glove, and that'll retire the side, and that'll do it here. But the damage is done. A run after a leadoff double with a sacrifice bunt. The squeeze works to perfection. 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. 4 complete on our Bank North scoreboard. We're tied at 2 here on your liveevent.com.
Hungry and on the road, Petro Stopping Center in Fargo has got your back with an impressive lineup of goodies including Popeye's Chicken, Charlie's Cheesesteaks, Cinnabon, Papa John's, and a mouth-watering full-sized restaurant, the Dolly Down Grill. You'll be spoiled for choice. Whether you're a quick pit stopper or looking to settle in for a while, Petro Stopping Center's Fargo location has got you covered 24/7 every day of the week. Cruise on over to their spot just off 45th Street and I-94 and indulge in a feast fit for the road warrior in you.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated. KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Top of the 5th inning, it's the Kindred-Richland Vikings 2. Northern Cass, the Jags 2. So far, our box score 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors for the Vikings. They've left 3 runners on. For Northern Cass, 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors. The Jags have left 3 runners on as well. Been pretty even. Steven, Hoyme, and Metzger doing a good job on the bump for their respective teams. Metzger will come back on for his 5th inning of work. McDonald, Swenson, and Belaski, 9-1 and 2 batters here in the top of the 5th inning. Chase Miller, Josh Boyko with you here from Kindred. The pitch. I'll be in there for a strike on McDonald. All for 1 today so far with a grounder. Barehanded by Metzger his last time up. This one is going to be smoked into center field. Huzar's able to get there to cut him back in, but McDonald with a scolding leadoff single here, and that's the 5th hit against Metzger this evening.
McDonald said good luck barehanding that one.
Right back up the middle. 1 on here for the Vikings. As now be Kylan Swenson, 0 for 2 in game number 2 with a strikeout and a pop-out. Their pick play not going to be in time as Clement able to glove that one before it possibly gets by him. There's McDonald. Will take his lead, stay put. Here's the bump by Swenson. Up the first base line, tripping there is Metzger in time. The little extra trip, you might have thought Swenson possibly could have beat it out at first. Coming with this stretch, it is a sacrifice bunt. McDonald able to get this second. Sacrifice bunt, nicely done by Swenson up the first base line. Metzger, though, kind of, again, with the rain that came through, Josh, maybe just tripped a little bit there, a little slick, and does a good job staying with it to record the out.
Yeah, that's very possible. But like you said, he's stuck with it. Both these teams are playing the small ball that's necessary to win this game right now.
Boloski digs in now for the Vikings. He will take a breaking ball for a strike. Boloski with a grounder and a flyout so far today. 0 for 2 against Metzger. And Jack will do up next, but the go-ahead run stands at second with McDonald. This one will miss low for a ball at 1-1. Northern Cass with a run in the first and a run in the fourth. The Vikings with all their runs in the last inning in the fourth. The 1-1. Breaking ball missing low, now 2-1. Playing even with the bag at third is Hoppy, trying to take maybe a bunt away from Boloski here and also keep that runner in front of him. The 2-1 miss is low, now 3-1. Instead of 3-ball count too often here today for Metzger. Saw a full count back to Andy Traum in the second, and that's been it for a 3-ball count. 3-1 in there for a strike, and for the second time right on cue, we'll have our second full count here with Metzger against the Viking batter. The 3-2. This one is going to be hit on the ground. Hoyland is there at short, but it gets past him, and sliding into third base was McDonald. He gets back up. Here's the throw. McDonald slides in safely to home. So McDonald came in. He slid into third thinking that Hoyland was going to ground it. Went by Hoyland as sliding into third, had to get back up and then slid back right in. They will count it as an error, and Boloski will make his way towards second base. So E6 coming in to score as McDonald. It's now 3-2 on our Bank North scoreboard. So 3-2 in the top of the fifth inning. Vikings take the lead. Wold will come on. As Hoyland was there, kind of took a little bit of a hop, got by him, and once it was able to get by him, that allowed McDonald to scamper in. This one will miss low for a ball. That will be 1-0. Wold with a leadoff double back in the fourth and came in to score. 1 for 2 so far today. Vikings regain the advantage. This one will be missed low. Now it's going to be 2-0. As the wind continues to howl and make its way across from when we first got here earlier this afternoon. Game number 1 got underway just a little over 3 hours ago. The 2-0 pitch in there for a strike, now 2-1. Mother Nature trying to figure out if it still wants to be spring or still wants to maybe get to summer, is the old adage here. The 2-1 pitch, that's going to be hit in the air down the left field line. This one will go foul as the third baseman Hoppy was chasing after it. Now it'll be 2-2. Nice bit of foul territory down the left and right field line, though, for these outfielders and corner infielders to try to chase down a fly ball when opportunity is given throughout the contest. As Metzger looks back into Wadeson here. Hoyland trying to keep the runner and Boloski close to second base. The 2-2 in the dirt, backhanded by Wadeson, and he will have our second consecutive batter with a full count. So you look up there, and now for Northern Cass, this will be the 67th pitch for Metzger. Him and Hoyme both now will throw 67. The 3-2 going to be fouled off, and starting to see the Vikings, Josh, do a good job here. A leadoff single by McDonald. The sacrifice bunt's the only out of the inning. Utilize, put one in play for Boloski. There's an error, and all of a sudden the Vikings got something really cooking here.
Yeah, they're doing a good job protecting the plate when necessary. Never mind, my bad.
3-2 pitch swung on and missed. Metzger gets his 7th strikeout as Whipple will come up to the plate. A single, and he was courtesy run for Hess, who came in to score. Whipple, as Bryce is 1 for 2 so far today, but yeah, they've done a good job protecting plate, fouling some off, and we'll see what Bryce can do here. Metzger looks back, the runner in this one nearly was fortunate there that didn't get into center field as Hoyland was able to glove it, as Hoyland and Osi nearly made a sandwich called Boloski, as he was right in the middle of that one. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed as Bryce took a good swing at that one, now 0-1. The 0-1 pitch upcoming here to Bryce. Starcevic due up next if Whipple can get aboard. The 0-1 foul back to the netting. It'll be 0-2. For Northern Cass in the fifth, they will have their 9, 1, and 2 batters due up for the Jakes. Here's the 0-2. Blocked in the dirt by Carter Wadeson. That'll be 1 ball and 2 strikes. So for Northern Cass here, trying to minimize the damage, just to 1 in the top of the fifth inning. The pitch. Strike 3 looking on the breaking ball. Back-to-back strikeouts, and Metzger gets his 8th strikeout of the contest. There was a run off of 1 hit. There was 1 error and 1 runner left on base. New score on our Bank North scoreboard as we go to the bottom of the fifth. The Vikings lead it by 1.
RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. This spring has been a trying time, and we may feel everything is out of our control. Please remember to slow down and stay safe this spring. Come home to your families each and every night. Please use this time to make sure your planter is ready to go. Keep downtime to a minimum. When you get into the fields, we are here to help you with any planting issues that may come up. RDK Enterprises, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsboro, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Bottom of the fifth inning we go between Kindred-Richland and Northern Cass. Northern Cass, the visitors in game number 1 here in Kindred. And then game number 2, a makeup of a contest that was supposed to be played earlier in the season, so they switch, and Northern Cass is the home team here for game number 2. Game number 1, for those of you that are just joining us, Northern Cass winners 5-1. Trey Huzar pitched an absolute gem, 13 strikeouts, and had a 2-run homer on top of it as well. Chris Hoyland with 3 singles, a double, and he did some damage for Northern Cass too, Josh, in game number 1. But in game number 2 here, we're seeing a lot more small ball. We're seeing stolen bases, the squeeze, sack bunts here compared to what we saw a little bit in game number 1.
Yeah, a little bit different style. This game means a lot to both of these teams right now, and you can see how aggressive and desperate they are to manufacture runs. With
the win earlier for Northern Cass over Kindred-Richland, that pretty much clinched them at least a top 3 seed, as this one will miss for a bull at 2-0 as Hoyme went a little bit off the turfed mound here as he regains his footing, make sure he's all right. Top 3 in the region. 2-0, this will go to the backstop at 3-0. Central Cass, Northern Cass, Kindred-Richland in no particular order, but that's what the top 3 is going to look like once we get to that region tournament. And this game and what we have left in the regular season can determine if Kindred-Richland loses this game. Northern Cass would own the season head-to-head, winning both of the regular season matchups. Well, if the Vikings win this game, you get to 7-1 and also have a chance. The 3-1 pitch is going to be hit on the ground to the second baseman. Trom is able to get there, gloves it nicely, 4-3 on the putout, and Mitchell is retired as OC steps up. And that game in Castleton becomes ever more important as the Vikings and Central Cass. The Vikings defeated the Squirrels earlier this season. If Central Cass wins that one, then you'll start looking at the standings, and one game left over the weekend or on Monday will determine how everything's going to go. This one is going to be hit on the ground right up the middle. Wold is there at short, fires across, not in time. It's an infield single for the leadoff man, Jacob Osee, and the Jags have a runner aboard here in the bottom of the fifth.
That's a tough hop right there up the middle. That extra hop made it a much higher play with the glove, and you get an extra step in there for the runner.
As digging in now will be Chris Hoyland with a walk and a strikeout. He's worked both of his at-bats to a full count here today. And game number 2 is getting back safely as OC, as Andel holds him on there at first. Hoyme looks into Whipple. And checks the runner, the pitch. This one will miss for a ball now at 1. And 75th pitch upcoming here for Owen Hoyme through 4 1/3 innings against Northern Cass. Jags down by 1. Here's the 1-0 offering. Runner's going to go. This one is skied, fouled, and this one will go well out of play. Now 1-1. As for the Jags, third time they're going through the lineup here against Owen Hoyme. Batter number 2 in the lineup here with Hoyland as he takes a look over to Sam Johnson, gets the sign. As OC leads off of first. He was going on the last pitch. He's going on this pitch, and this is fouled back. Another hit-and-run opportunity. And OC is getting his steps in as he will have to jog back to first, and we'll do it all over again now at 1-2. Region 1 baseball tournament begins a week from tomorrow for the play-in, a week from Thursday for everything else in Castleton. The 1-2 pitch as Whipple had it go out of his glove, but close enough up to the Northern Cass dugout. Staying put at first base was OC, but now it makes the count at 2-2. Two-two offering on the way from Hoyme. This one is going to be hit on the ground up the middle. Wold able to glove it. Gets the not in time for the double play as this one's going to get by Andel and making its way towards second via the throwing error on that one. But Wold did a really nice job of corralling the ball first, and then getting aboard was going to be Hoyland on the fielder's choice. OC's retired, and then the error allow him to get to second. So there's going to be 2 down as Chris Hoyland will get to second, which means for the second time in this game, Trey Huzar gets intentionally walked the third time today. So they don't want anything with Trey Huzar for that 2-run homer back in game number 1. And Huzar, Josh, here's his stat line. A walk, a homer, a walk, intentional walk, intentional walk here today.
Sounds like they've learned their lesson since the home run.
Well, especially with a pole hitter where the wind is blowing to right field. And look out, this one is going right into the press row, and this one is caught. Nicely done. Everyone looks to be all right. We had a couple of screamers earlier, and this one was caught, mind you, no glove, barehanded. 2 down here. That might be the play of the game right there, brought to you in part by RDK Enterprises. That'll be 0-2 to Carter Wadeson. I'll have to ask if there's any ice that it's going to be needed with that right hand down the line a little bit later on. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners at first and second. Hoyme the pitch. Strike 3 looking to retire Carter Wadeson. And Hoyme gets his 4th strikeout of the inning. For the Jags, there were no runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 runners left. We played 5 complete here from Kindred. It's 3-2 Vikings with the Vikings coming to the plate.
Stop on out to Watts Ace Hardware in Castleton and gear up with name brands from Steel, Milwaukee, Ego, and Craftsman Power Tools. Plus, Watts Ace Hardware has a key cutting and paint mixing section for your own do-it-yourself projects. From their grill selection with Traeger, Blackstone, Weber, and the Big Green Egg to their customer laser engraving center, Watts Ace Hardware is a place you need to check out. Stop in at 1610 Governor's Drive in Castleton for Watts Ace Hardware.
3-2 Vikings here over the Jags as the wind continues to pick up throughout the afternoon. And by pick up, I mean stay the same with the blustery conditions. Let's get to an in-game update brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank. Sharing their heritage and their future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. Go to dhbanknd.com. Trey Huzar scored on a wild pitch in the first. Wold was able to do the same then for Kindred-Richland in the top of the 4th inning. Spellhog was able to come in and deliver the goods in the 4th to make it 2-1. And then a suicide squeeze play brought in Westland in the 4th, and McDonald came in to score via an error that made it 3-2 in the 5th inning. And that in-game update brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank. This one in there for a strike to Starcevic. Starcevic 0 for 2 today with a strikeout. This is going to be hit on the ground. Hoyland is there. Hoyland bobbles it for a moment, throws it across the diamond, not in time. That's going to be a tough one for Hoyland. He had it nicely and then kind of just bobbled it, Josh, there on the transfer. And Starcevic will get aboard, and all of a sudden now the Vikings with their leadoff runner aboard here for the 3rd consecutive inning.
Yeah, that's a tough play out the middle right there. Short's a tough position to handle in general, and Hoyland just unable to handle that most recent one.
Second error for Hoyland here in the contest, which will allow the runner in Starcevic to make his lead off of first as Clement is holding him on. The pitch, this one foul back to Grant Spellhog. The double down to right was hit on a rope as Hansen maybe shades a little bit farther in right. In right center field is Trey Huzar here for the Jags, and Westland in left. Metzger. Quick little pick. Getting back safely there, Starcevic. This is going to be pitch number 76 here for Metzger. Able to work through 5 innings of work so far. 5 hits. That one misses for a ball. Now at 1-1. Andrew Trom, then Hoyme due up here for the Vikings as they're trying to earn this split here for Northern Cass after falling in game number 1, 5-1. The 1-1 for Metzger. Breaking ball, that'll miss. Now 2-1. Spellhog a single in the 2nd, a double in the 4th. Good productivity so far for the number 6 batter for Scott Milbrandt here in the lineup for the Vikings. The 2-1. This one's going to be hit right to Hoyland, who's been busy. He drops this one as well, and everybody's safe. Hoyland does it again. Hoyland looked to second to OC, trying to turn 2. It one-hops him. He dropped it right in the glove, and that's going to be another error on the shortstop. Tough one there if you're Hoyland. As you can see it, Josh, right when he was looking up, he turned his head, and that's when the ball came right to the glove, and it hit him right in the glove on the hop, and he was trying to turn 2 quickly.
Yeah, I mean, when you got that one where it's going to be a bang-bang play at first, you try to rush the one to second, and sometimes that's what can happen.
Bunt, Spellhog going to be caught in a pickle here. This one goes off of Hoyland's glove again, and Spellhog will gladly take 3rd. Spellhog was already going, expecting the bunt. They throw it back, and Hoyland's going to maybe have to just check that glove a little bit with some of the rain through, and Sam Johnson will come across. It'll be 1-0 with runners at the corners here. So Starcevic will be at 3rd. Spellhog will be at 1st. Andy Trom will work ahead in the count now 1-0. On our Bank North scoreboard, it's values-based banking. To learn more, visit ibanknorth.com. That's ibanknorth.com. They're more than just a bank. They're a community partner that you can always count on. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. So Grant Spellhog will come out here. We'll get a courtesy runner coming on for the Vikings with Zachary Johnson. So Johnson will be talking it over here. You have Starcevic over at 3rd base. Johnson will make his way to 1st, and Andy Trom will work with a 1-0 count. So Jack Johnson will come on here at 1st base. Runners at the corners. Putting some speed on 1st base here. We'll see what Scott Milbrandt, what type of play they're going to put on here. We're looking to see the bunt the last time with with Trom, with Andy, trying to move up the runners. But now, Josh, with runners at the corners, that double steal kind of comes into play a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. We might be seeing this runner on 1st take off pretty quickly.
Metzger looks in the 1-0. Runner stays put. This one is in the dirt. Waits in. We'll see this one, but once it went in the dirt, immediately running was Johnson. He stayed put, but once he saw that one go in the dirt, able to scamper to 2nd base, and runners will be now in scoring position. So 1 ball, 1 strike. on the way here. And now the infield comes in. The 1-1. This one is going to get through the glove of Waits, and it coming in immediately down to score will be Starcevic. That was a suicide squeeze coming in immediately with Starcevic, and by the time Westland gloved it, it almost was right on top of home plate on that one, and now makes it a 4-2 contest as Johnson takes third. So Starcevic comes in to score off the wild pitch, and now it's a 2-1. Infielders are still in. The 2-1 pitch swung on and missed for Trom. Now make it 2-2. On the small ball variety, and you give a team an extra out or two, the Vikings have definitely taken full advantage here in the 6th inning. That'll miss for a ball at 3-2, and all of a sudden now that's an awfully large insurance run, Just, that's standing at third base.
Yeah, there's a big difference between a game that's 1 run, but then 2-3, that's even bigger right there. So this is a big run, nobody out yet, so Kindred-Richland a big prime opportunity to get this in.
Trom swung on and missed. Metzger gets the strikeout, his second against Trom today, his 9th in the contest. That's an awfully large one as Hoyme comes up here for the Vikings.
Still advancing to third base is critical, though, because you've still got less than 2 outs and a runner at third base here.
As we have a pinch hitter now with Graham Hess. As we saw Hess courtesy run earlier in the game, he will come on here and take a strike. Now it's going to be 0-1. So runner at third base again is Johnson. Coming in to score earlier in the inning was Starcevic. And for Metzger, trying to get another punch out here for the Jags. The pitch. That'll miss. Now it'll be 1-1. Jack McDonald due up next here for the Vikings. Kindred-Richland, 2 runs in the 4th, a run in the 5th, and a run in the 6th so far for their 4. The Jags with a run in the 1st and a run in the 4th. This one will miss for a ball. Now 2-1. Vikings held the 1 run in the first game, 4 so far here in the 2nd. This one will come in and hit him. Hess will take it and wear it, a hit by pitch. Just the 2nd free pass by Metzger today. Had a walk earlier in the game, but that's going to be to Andrew Trom. This time, Hess will get the hit by pitch. Runners at the corners, and now it's Jack McDonald at the plate. 89th pitch coming here for Metzger. And now again, runners at the corners with Hess being held on by Clement. Top of the 6th inning here in Kindred. In there for a strike here to McDonald. 1 of 2 so far today is Jack, a single with a run scored as he had a leadoff single back in the 5th inning and came in to score. After the error at short. The 0-1 just stepping off was Metzger. For the Vikings, Starcevic reached base via the air. Spellhog, the same thing. And then Johnson came in to courtesy run, or to run fear for Spellhog. Strikeout by Trom, and then hit by pitch with Graham Hess after pinch hitting for Owen Hoyme. Here's the 0-1. Runner goes. Hess. This one going to go through the glove of Westland. Coming down to score head first is Johnson. Going into second base is Graham Hess. And that one's going to be a pass ball. And now it's 5-2 in favor of the Vikings. So coming in to score is going to be Johnson on the pass ball as Hess will take it into scoring position. Now it's going to be 1 ball and 1 strike to McDonald. And all of a sudden the Vikings just keep adding. It's like a death by 1,000 paper cuts, if you will, if you're Northern Cass, with how these runs are coming in. This one's going to be hit down the first base line, going foul into the bullpen, then over the bullpen and out of play. As it will now be 1-2. Tough if you're Metzger, Josh. You've made a couple of good pitches. Just the ball's kind of been booted around a little bit here, and that's the reason why the Vikings, they put the ball in play, though, and that's the one thing you got to do sometimes when you get a little rain showers. You never know what's going to happen. 1-2 pitch swung on and miss. Metzger gets his 10th strikeout of the evening. More importantly, gets out number 2, and for Metzger trying to keep it at 2 runs here in the top of the 6th inning.
Yeah, I mean, these are not all earned runs for Metzger right here because there have been some defensive lapses so far in this inning.
Top of the lineup was Swenson 0 for 2 with a sac bunt. First pitch swinging, hits one on the line. That's to right center field, and that one's going to be in there for a base knock. Swenson rounds first on his way to second. Swenson's going to hold up there. It's an RBI double. Coming in to score is Hess, and now it's 6-2 in favor of the Vikings. That's the first hit for the Vikings here in the 6th inning. And Swenson gets the RBI double here in the top of the 6th. And Crooked number 3 here in the 6th inning after being scoreless for the first 3 and only scoring 1 run through 10 innings combined between the two. The Vikings have erupted here past the 4th inning for 6 runs, and Boloski takes a strike. Stanley, check swing. Yes, he did. That'll be 0-2. Stanley today 0 for 3, but he did reach base back in the 5th inning for the Vikings. This is batter number 7 of the inning against Metzger. The 0-2 pitch. This one is going to be hit over the first baseman, Clement. Swanson is rounding for third on his way home. He's going to be in there. Making his way to second base is going to be Boloski. And it's another RBI base knock for the Vikings as they take a 7-2 advantage. So Boloski will get aboard with a base knock, and he'll gain an extra 90 feet via the air in right field by Hansen. And all of a sudden now the Vikings putting a nice string together here. Josh again putting the ball in play, and nice piece of hitting by Swenson, and Boloski going the opposite way here on this Monday evening.
Yeah, you put the ball in play, you always give yourself a chance, and that's exactly what Kindred-Richland is doing right here. And they've been able to put a crooked number, a 4 spot up in the 6th inning.
Jack Wolf 0 for 1 today, a double with a run scored back in the 4th. That was a leadoff double, and he will take a strike here. So again, 1 for 3 today. Behind the count, no balls and 2 strikes. 4 runs so far here in the 6th for the Vikings. The pitch, strike 3, looking to retire the side, but the Vikings able to put 4 runs across off of 3 errors. There was a runner left on base and also 2 hits. So 4 runs, 2 hits, 3 errors, 1 runner left as we played 5.5 on our Bank North scoreboard. A new score, 7-2 in favor of the Kindred-Richland Vikings.
We've got your back. Protecting homes, vehicles, businesses, crops, personal protections, and so much more. Our surface agents answer the phone with a kind of speed and detail that even the Secret Service would envy. Get protected. Get Irie Insurance. Go to IrieInsurance.com for a free quote and consultation.
Seven to 2 in favor of the Kindred-Richland Vikings. Again, opening the game up a little bit here in both the 5th and the 6th innings. Tied at 2 apiece through 4. This one is going to be fouled as it will be a ball. A foul ball, that is. Sam Clement with Hoppy and then Westland due up next. The 5, 6, and 7 batters. as the Kindred-Richland Vikings right now with Clement are up 7-2 with Hoyme as Clement for Northern Cass digs in to lead things off here in the bottom of the 6th inning for the Jakes. This one is fouled. Yet again now at 0-2 in a contest that got underway at 6:43 earlier today for game number 2. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way from Hoyme. This one will be in the dirt. Whipple does a good job back handing that one. Goes to Andel. That's the strikeout. Owen Hoyme gets back-to-back Ks, his 5th of the evening. And now it's going to be Matt Hoppy due up next. Sacrifice bunt, 0 for 1 so far today. One down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. The pitch. This one is fouled. We'll keep it at 0-1. So for Northern Cass, they would love to see if Trey Huzar can get back up. That means a couple guys are at least going to get on board in terms of Hoyland and Huzar still having a chance. If you're Hoyme, Clement, Hoppy, Westland, Metzger, Mitchell, and Ossie. If you can get 6 consecutive outs, you don't have to worry about that. But if you're Northern Cass, want to see if you can get Hoyland, Huzar back up. Means some guys will get on base and see if they can get a run or 2 back here in the bottom half of the 6th. This one will go all the way back to the backstop here. Be a ball. Now 2-1 for Owen Hoyme. 88th pitch upcoming here. 2-1 count on the way to Hoppy. This one is going to be hit on the ground. Hoyme does a good job feeling his position. Gives it to Andel. 1-3 on the putout. We've seen the pitchers with both Hoyme and Metzger get tested here a little bit today, Josh, in game number 2, and they've both done a really nice job fielding their positions.
Yeah, both of them have that barehanded play that they had in the back-to-back half innings earlier in this one, and they've just been doing a solid job getting off the mound. And they sometimes say pitchers aren't athletes, but the pitchers have been looking pretty good in this one.
Westland 0 for 1 today with that suicide squeeze back in the 4th inning. He executed that perfectly to bring the runner in Clement. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This one's going to be hit on the ground to the third baseman, Spellhog. Spellhog comes across, shows off that arm. That'll be 5-3 on the putout. 3 up and 3 down here for the second time for Owen Hoyme, the first that he's done that since the 2nd inning. 6 complete on our Bank North scoreboard. It's 7-2 Kindred-Richland here on your liveevent.com.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 109 Main Street in Hunter.
It's the most prestigious, challenging, rewarding tour on dirt. The most wanted, baddest outlaws, and the most powerful late models on the planet. The world of outlaws, King's Late Models.
I'm Madden Scunbury. I'm confident on the field, and when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
I'm Tylee Johnson. I'm confident in the arena. And when it's time for college, I'm confident Bank of North Dakota will help me make good student loan decisions. Visit bnd.nd.gov/confident.
Pitching change here for Northern Cass. Metzger will go 6 innings of work here for the Jags, and he will give up 7 hits, 7 runs, majority unearned, 2 walks, and 10 strikeouts. So Hoppy will go from third base to the pitcher's mound here and go up against Bryce Whipple. That one will be for a ball. So Ossie will now be at third base. At shortstop will be Hoyland, Westland at second, and Clement at first. This one is popped up and playable right on cue as he switched positions here. And this one's going to be off the glove of the pitcher. Taking a couple of steps back, this one goes right off the glove of the new pitcher in Hoppy as you had him and Osi there. And that one's going to go down for an E1, and getting aboard will be Bryce. And then we'll see a new runner coming on here for the Vikings in a moment. Hansen goes from right to left. Huzar still stays in center, and Metzger now in right for Northern Cass. As coming on will be Gabe Whipple, the younger brother. Starcevic now will dig in here up by 5. And for Northern Cass, simply put, in this game, you're going to look back at the errors here in this one. So far, 5 committed for the Jags. That has allowed the Vikings to get a couple of extra outs here, and they've taken full advantage of it here. Starcevic was able to reach base on an error to lead things off in the 6th inning, came in to score 0 for 3 so far here in game number 2. As Hoppy looks in, the pitch, this one is foul back. Now it'll be 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike here. Clement holding on Whipple. That's Gabe, the sophomore, at first base. As Hoppy works from the stretch. The 1-1. This one is going to be popped up and foul, and we'll keep it now at 1-2. So if you're Northern Cass here trying to add to your 5-run advantage, give you a little breathing room before the Jags bring up their 8, 9, and 1 batters. Pitch number 6 for Hoppy in relief so far here in this inning. This is going to be hit right back up the middle and over the shortstop. Hoyland into left field for a base knock as Starcevic gets aboard for his first hit of the evening. Piece of hitting there as that one goes over the shortstop. And all of a sudden you have Grant Spellhog here, who's had a single and a double earlier today, and he's able to get on base 3 times, once via the air. So there's that first and second here for the Kindred-Richland Vikings. Trying to put this one to bed here in the 7th, if you will, against Northern Cass. And doing a good job there is Carter Waitson having to go out of his crouch position to save that from being a wild pitch. Now if you're Northern Cass, again, we saw the Vikings be down by 5 in the first game going to the last frame. They did score 1 run across. Hoppy looks back the runner at second. The pitch, looking to bunt. This one's going to be hit up the first baseline foul. We'll keep it at 1-1. So Grant Spellhog, the number 6 batter in the lineup here. Whipple at second with Starcevic again at first on the base pass. Vikings trying to get to 7-1 in the region, while for Northern Cass, they're 7-2 entering this game, trying to get to 8-2 if they could come up with a W. They will be back on the Ball Diamond on Thursday against the Grovers, Monday hosting the Oaks Tornadoes. Some of these games throughout the year, too, have moved from playing a double round robin to playing each other maybe just once because of the schedule and the weather of games. The 1-1 pitch is hit in the air high. Here comes the wind. The right fielder, Metzger, will be able to come underneath it. Fires it across. Jammed there was Spellhog. 1 down here in the 7th. Carried a little bit, but got enough inside the bat there where Spellhog couldn't really stretch it out. Josh didn't really give Metzger too much to worry about there in right field.
Yeah, that was a good pitch on the inner third right there, and that's a tough one if you aren't out in front of it. If you are late, you're going to just get that result right there where you're jammed and flaring that to right.
Traum steps up. This one will miss inside for a ball. That will be 1-0. Yanni Traum 0 for 2 today with a pair of strikeouts and a walk. Earned the walk back in the 2nd inning. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed. Now 1-1. Minnesota Timberwolves tip off just about under an hour or so from now. Minnesota Twins in action, 1-1 in the 7th at Target Field. 1-1 pitch is going to be fouled. We'll see if we get another one in the press box, possibly today. Already had one Golden Glove here in the press box. I'm not sure if the press box can get 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out.
Do you think I can't handle everything here at once?
Running the camera. You got a little pole in front of you, Josh, to hide under if there is a screamer. Here's the 2. I got a camera in front of me, but the main thing is we don't want the camera to take the brunt of the beating. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. We'll see how much of that happens, how much Josh is a multitasker. As this one's hit down the first base line, giving chase, and this one will be just over the outstretched arms of Metzger. Metzger gave it all he had, dove, got a grass stain on that jersey, but it'll still be a 2-ball, 2-strike count. This press box, Thompson is right on top of you, too, at the first base, on the third base side. That one is, if you get a lefty and he's a little late on one, you could look out as well for some of those press boxes. Same for Northern Cass, a little bit up that third base line. This one's going to be in the dirt now, 3-2. So since Hoppy came on, you had Bryce Whipple get a base with the air on Hoppy at first. Starcevic earned a single. Spellhog flew out to right, and this one is fouled. And a really good at-bat here for Andy Trom so far for the Vikings. The senior did a good job battling through so far here against Hoppy. Top of the 7th inning, the 3-2 pitch to Trom. Swung on and missed. A quick throw down to first, not in time, as getting back will be Starcevic, and there's going to be 2 down. So Hoppy gets his first strikeout in relief. As coming up will be Hoyme. Hoyme 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts, 1 looking and 1 swinging here today. Hoppy 1 out away here in the 7th. This one will miss for a ball, now 1-0. Seeing these 2 teams playing these 2 games, curious what the Region 1 tournament over the last couple of years has brought. Oak Grove has just found ways to be a menace in the Region 1 tournament, making its way to the final day of the final 3, if you will. The goal is to find a way to get to Monday when you get to that Region 1 baseball tournament. The 2-0 pitch on the way. That'll miss. Carter's throw to first. Getting back is Starcevic. So Hoyme will have a hitter's count at 3-0. A week from Thursday will be the opening round, and then we'll get to a loser out and some elimination games on that Friday and window our way to the final 3 teams remaining. You'll get to a 4-pitch walk here for Hoyme. Bases will be loaded as Whipple will be at third base, Starcevic at second, and that'll be Jack McDonald, as McDonald has a single with a run scored back in the 5th. But if you're part of that final 3 on Monday, that 5 o'clock game is the loser out, then you get to that 7 o'clock, the championship, and then if needed, championship game number 2 the following Tuesday. So that's how the Region 1 baseball bracket will look a little bit later on here in May. Batter number 6 of the inning, the 0-1. This one is popped up, foul. That'll be 0-2. So nowhere to put Jack McDonald here, the left fielder. Bases full of Vikings. The 0-2 pitch from Hoppy. This one will be hit on the ground. Hoppy fields his position. Goes to Clement to retire the side. There were no runs, a hit. There was an error and 3 runners left on base. Hoppy in relief throws a goose egg in the 7th. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Jags down to their final 3 outs.
Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
It's the North Dakota All-Star Gathering on your live event, as we'll have coverage of the Shields Softball All-Star Series on June 3rd and 4th.
Closey with the 0-2 pitch.
the Optimus Volleyball Series on June 10th and 11th.
Right corner, West is there for the dig. Backs at Bogenry for another kill.
Plus, the Lions All-Star Basketball Series on July 15th and 16th.
Really nice quality second half. Goes off the backboard for the duck to Carson Yale.
For more information, go to yourliveevent.com.
Coming up, we'll get to our Petro Stomping Center's post-game show. We'll put a bow on this second contest, recap what happened in the first, get to our Enbridge Energy Player of the Game. That and more still to come on our Petro Stomping Center's post-game report here from Kindred. So 7-2 Vikings in favor of Northern Cass. The Jags down to their final 3 outs of this contest as they will have coming up to the plate as Westland grounded out to finish the 6th. So it'll be Metzger, Mitchell, and Osi. That one in there for a strike. Metzger so far today 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. This one will be in the dirt for a ball. Now it'll be 1-1. Colin Mitchell again due up after that. 1 ball, 1 strike, as so far this would be the 93rd pitch on the way for Hoyme. So he has plenty to give. Jack Wold went through the full 120. Trey Huzar got up into the triple digits as well. And now Owen Hoyme looking to match those guys. This will be pitch number 94 here tonight. This is going to be hit on the ground. That goes to the second baseman, Trom, in time for 3 for the putout. 1 down here in the 7th. It's Colin Mitchell, the designated hitter. And I'll go back to the top of the lineup. As we said, if you're the Vikings, you don't want to see Hoyland or Huzar because that means there's at least 1, if not 2 runners on. Well, if you're Northern Cass, got to find a way to get there and some now. Down by 5. That one will miss for a ball. At 1-0. Third time that Mitchell has seen Owen Hoyme. Hoyme 5 strikeouts, 3 walks with 3 hits against, 2 runs so far through 6 1/3. The 2-0 offering upcoming to the number 9 batter. The right-hander pitch. This is going to be hit on the ground past the first baseman Andel into right field, and the Jags get a 1-out base knock. Nice piece of hitting there by Mitchell, staying back on that one, put the ball in play. And more importantly for Northern Cass, as we alluded to, Josh, just got to find ways to get runners on here, and they were able to do so here in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, you can't hit a 5-run homer, so you gotta start by somewhere, and that's getting runners on base with less than 2 outs.
Osi due up now here for the Jags. Leadoff batter, 1 for 3 with a single his last time up. He'll take a strike at the knee, now 0-1. Taking the lead off of first, again, is going to be Mitchell. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That'll miss for a ball at 1-1. As the runner at first in Mitchell being held on there by Andel. Osi. We'll see this one. The pick. This one's going to get all the way to right field. Belaski, the runner, going to get into second, and that'll be on the air. So coming in, Mitchell will get to second base. On the air from Whipple, behind the plate and Osi. Now with a runner in scoring position and a batter's count at 2-1. We'll see Hoyme step off the base. Also, now you got to start looking at those pitches a little bit more here for Hoyme. You do got 1 out, but now you're at pitch 101, and the max he can throw is 120. That'll miss low for a ball at 3-1.
And with the way that Hoyme's been throwing this game, you would rather not have to probably sub someone in relief for him and hope that he can efficiently get through a couple batters here to close this one out.
3-1, that's going to miss for a walk, so the throwing air kind of goes null, if you will. A 5-pitch walk. That's just the 4th free pass here for Hoyme. But now for the Jags, you got your runner at first, runner at second, trying to find a way to keep the line moving here, and Chris Hoyland will dig in.
It is the dangerous part of the order coming up right now, and exactly what Northern Cass needs here.
Hoyland will take a strike Struck out in the first, walked in the third, made it all the way to third base before being stranded there. And then you, in the fifth, reached base via the fielder's choice and got to second on the air. 1 ball, 1 strike to the number 2 batter in the lineup here for Northern Cass. At second base is Mitchell. At first is Osi. The 1-1 offering on the way from Hoyme. Swung on and missed. That will be 1-2. Hoyme with a long look in to Whipple. Gets his sign. The 1-2. Fastball just misses at the knee. Now 2-2. That was close. 2 balls.
Very close.
2 strikes, 2 runners on. 2-2 is going to be hit in the air. That's to left center field, exactly where McDonald was. Plays the wind, and well, that's why you put your left fielder in left center field with the wind blowing to right, Josh, as that one was hit pretty good on the screws by Hoyland, but right to McDonald in left center.
Yeah, exactly. That's good placement right there. You got a lefty at the plate, so kind of playing him left center with the left fielder right there. So kind of textbook how you would position them defensively, and it works out well there.
Trey Huzar's reached base all 3 times, 1 via the walk and twice via the intentional walk here today. He gets to finally swing it at baseball, and he takes very little time as he fouls the first pitch one up the third base line.
His on-base percentage is going up today, that's for sure.
Trey Huzar has been on base all 7 times. A 2-run homer in the first game, 2 walks and an intentional walk. Here in game number 2, as we mentioned, the normal walk after working the count full back in the first, later came in to score as well. And 2 intentional walks. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hoyme to Huzar. That'll be in the dirt now, 2-1. Carter waits and due up next for Northern Cass. They want to find a way to get to Sam Clement, because that means the tying run will come up to the plate. The 2-1 pitch here for Hoyme. That'll miss for a ball at 3-1. And if you're Hoyme right now, 1-12 for the pitch count upcoming. But 2 down here in the 7th. Hoyme looks back the runner. This one is going to be hit up the third base line, foul. And that will be 3-2. Hoyme 1 strike away for the Vikings, trying to split this twin bill here on this Monday afternoon into the evening. Well, Northern Cass is down to their final strike here in game number 2 after taking the first game 5-1. 3-2 pitch upcoming for Hoyme. The payoff pitch. This one's going to be hit on the ground. Wold is there, tries to backhand it. It's off of his wrist, coming in to score. Making their way through will be Mitchell. Mitchell will come in to score as Osi is able to get to second, and Huzar will mark it as a base knock. And all of a sudden, Carter waits and digs in, and the tying run is on the on-deck circle. Carter waits and 1 for 3 in this game with a single in the first. Struck out looking his last time up. And he will take a strike here now at 0-1. So a runner at second now is OC. The runner at first is Huzar. The Jags put at least 1 run across here in the bottom of the 7th. Vikings 1 out away from earning the split. The Jags trying to get Waits on a board. 0-1 pitch. This one is going to get by the catcher. As going up 90 feet will be OC, and alongside Huzar. That'll be on the wild pitch. You can immediately hear the Kindred-Richland dugout right underneath us say, hey, don't worry about the runners at second and third. Worry about Wadeson and try to get him out at first with the 1-1. That'll miss up now at 2-1, and you start looking at the pitch count. It's at 116 here for Hoyme. A 2-1 offering on the way. This one is going to be hit in the air. A soft little line drive to second. Trom is there to retire the side. The Jags do get 1 run off of 2 hits. There was no errors and then 2 runners left on base. Owen Hoyme picks up the win with the complete game in a contest that finishes in an hour and 49 minutes. Picking up the loss will be Metzger here for Northern Cass. Our post-game show brought to you in part by Petro Stopping Center is coming up next here on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Enbridge, we believe sustainability is the foundation of our success. How well we perform as a steward of our environment, a safe operator of essential energy infrastructure, a good neighbor, and a diverse employer defines our success. Learn more about Enbridge's environmental, social, and governance commitments and our Indigenous Reconciliation Plan at enbridge.com.
Bind us together. Bank North. Always true.
As we come back to our Petro Stopping Center's post-game show, Petro Stopping Center, your one-stop travel hub for all of your road trip requirements. They got you covered around the clock every day of the week. Let their team roll out the red carpet treatment, whether you're looking for the upcoming summer gear or you're looking for a wide selection of food. They got everything from Charlie's Chickens to Cinnabons to the Dolly Down restaurant, that and more, and some pizza, all at the Petro Stopping Center. With the win for the Kindred-Richland Vikings, they improved to 10-4 on the season, 7-1 in region play. For Northern Cass, they dropped to 11-8 on the season and 7-3 in Region 1 play. With the win, Owen Hoyme picks up the complete game again, 7 innings of work, 5 hits against, 3 runs, 4 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Picking up the loss will be Metzger, 6 innings of work, 7 hits, 7 run with 2 walks and 10 strikeouts here in this one for the Northern Cass Jaguars. Kindred-Richland, 7 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors with 9 runners left on base. Northern Cass, 3 runs, 5 hits, 5 errors, and 7 runners left on base. The Vikings able to do all their damage on the score column in the 4th, 5th, and 6th inning, where they score all 7 of their runs. Northern Cass with a run in the 1st, a run in the 4th, and a run in the 7th inning. Trey Huzar scored the opening run for Northern Cass to make it 1-0 on the wild pitch. Wold will come back in the 4th inning to also score via the wild pitch. Kindred-Richland then earned a Grant Spellhog RBI double, which was able to plate Jack Wold at the time. And then the Kindred-Richland Vikings able to get on board there. The Vikings also saw a squeeze play hit to perfection against them. Carter Westland did that with a Sam Clement coming in after an leadoff double in the 4th inning with a Carter Westland squeeze that made it 2-2. McDonald came in to score via the error on Hoyland. He was able to slide in safely at third, but it got by the shortstop, and he came in to score as well. Starcevic came in the top of the 6th then to score in a wild pitch, and then you had the 5-2 for Johnson via the pass ball as well on the courtesy runner later on in the inning here for the Kindred-Richland Vikings. Swenson with an RBI double in the 6th, and the Vikings were able to come up with the 7th run as well and earn that with 4 runs in the 6th inning. Northern Cass gets their last run via a Trey Huzar single back in the 7th. So that is our Petro Stopping Center's post-game show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, our play and players of the game here on YourLiveEvent.com.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in North Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the NDHSAA and the North Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
As we come back here on our Petro Stopping Center's post-game show, let's get to one of our players of the game. Our player of the game brought to you in part by Enbridge Energy. Go to enbridge.com for career opportunities. Life takes energy. That is enbridgeenergy.com for career opportunities. Owen Hoyme, when he pitched a complete game, able to do so. 7 innings of work here in this one. Did a really nice job minimizing damage and runners when Northern Cass did get a handful of runners on today. Did give up 5 hits, 3 make that 4 walks of 5 strikeouts. Owen Hoyme with the complete game is part of our Enbridge Energy players of the game here in this one. As we now get to our RDK Enterprises feature precision play of the game, while it was the defensive plays by a couple of the starting pitchers, Hoyme and Metzger, both with barehanded plays earlier in the particular game here for the Vikings and the Jags, and in doing so with the bare hand, able to flash the leather a little bit here in the couple of first innings, but really the difference in this one was the 6th inning. The Vikings took advantage of a couple of errors, able to put a crooked number up on the board with 4 runs. That was the difference in this one. So the plays of the game, again, those bare-handed ones here, particularly by Metzger and Hoyme, and then the difference really in the game was that 6th inning with 4 runs coming across, and the Vikings able to take advantage of a couple of Northern Cass errors. So the 2-team split, which means if you're a Kindred-Richland fan, you get to 7-1, an awfully large game upcoming with Central Cass on Friday. We'll have that for you here on yourliveevent.com as the Vikings will travel to Oaks on Thursday and then make their way to Castleton on Friday. Northern Cass next up. They will go up against the Grovers on Thursday and host the Tornadoes on Monday in Hunter. With Northern Cass picking up the first win, though, against Kindred-Richland, that pretty much at least sealed it. That 1 through 3 in no particular order will be Central Cass, Kindred-Richland, Northern Cass. Those will be your top 3 more than likely, looking at how the Region 1 baseball standings are playing out. Now it's just a matter of who's going to be 1, 2, or 3. The Vikings do have a game in hand with the Squirrels. If they're able to defeat Central Cass on Friday, they will be the number 1. If they lose and the Squirrels take full advantage of their schedule and win out, they would end up being the number 1 seed, and then the Vikings and Northern Cass would be 2 and 3, respectively. On behalf of Josh Boyko, I'm Chase Miller. Thanks so much for tuning in. Make sure you join us for more high school action later this week on the track and on the softball and baseball diamonds as well here on yourliveevent.com. Again, your final, game number 1, 5-1 Northern Cass. Game number 2 goes to the Vikings, 7-3. Thanks so much for tuning in, and enjoy the rest of your week.